So we are like 2.5 hours, or actually, I don't know. How long did we play the game yesterday? 3 hours? I don't know if we're gonna do Bloodborne today. Depends. Maybe if I get tired of this game. I mean, most of the reviews are performance related. From what I've seen. Which is understandable because the game really doesn't run that well. Like, let's see, what is my FPS at? I mean, I don't know, I'm at 60, but I must really like the game. Yeah, like my FPS is capped to 144 and I'm at 60 FPS. I am at 4K though. The render scaling isn't even set to 100% image quality. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy that, and games really just aren't optimized these days anymore. Apparently, this game is on UE5, which I believe is the reason why the FPS is kind of rough. Again, it's not inherently UE5's fault, but I don't think Unreal Engine is necessarily the issue though. I think it's just devs just don't care about optimization anymore. Sadly. Wait, how do I... Can I not take the elevator anymore? I guess I should just I don't know. I guess I should just teleport.
What? Hey, you can't be serious. What's going on here? It's you. I can't believe this after all this time.
Noah, allow me to explain.
Is Arc Raiders on the Unreal Engine? Yeah, I mean, Arc Raiders runs pretty well,
Damn.
I will say.
I knew you had something going on, but a time traveler? I never would have guessed it. Slaying those heroes is going to be one hell of a task, so you better count me in. I'm a century overdue, but Noah Gaither always repays his debts.
At long last, all of the conditions have been met. Now, allow me to remind you of the gravity of the task at hand. Our goal is to prevent the demise of this world. To that end, your task is to awaken and slay the dormant heroes. Iris, the status report, please.
What's up, Trey? Yeah, that makes more sense.
Each hero is sealed inside strong protective barriers, which we call cocoons. These barriers make them impervious to attack. In order to release a hero from their cocoon, you'll need a key. These keys will serve to rouse their pathos. The bad news is that, unfortunately, we have no idea where these keys may be found. We don't even know what they might look like.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Neo 3.
Lu's ability to travel through time is our key. Her gift will be crucial for obtaining them.
I'll use my power to transport us back to a time before the upheaval. Once we're there,
Yeah, Trey, it makes
hopefully
sense.
we can make contact with each of these legendary heroes. Then, we'll need to locate a key that can rouse each hero's pathos.
Find the key, then return to the present. Release the heroes and slay them. Should you manage to
I'd take off
vanquish
my
the
mask.
5 remaining heroes,
This girl is so big.
the calamity set to befall our world will be averted.
5 heroes, huh?
Head to the bridge connected to the mainland. Make your way back into time. The future of this world rests in your hands.
I took a screenshot of her yesterday, chat. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, bro. I just acquired like 100 quests. What the fuck is that?
As you can see, this is the weapons shop. If you...
Might be another good opportunity for photo mode. Hmm. Well, I kind of want to get rid of my mask. No Neo today. Bro, are you rage baiting or are you just stupid?
I haven't introduced myself properly, have I? I'm Iris Macmel. I contribute to our organization's human preservation efforts and conduct investigations on the heroes in each region. Eliminating the heroes is going to be no small task, but you and Lou won't be alone. We're all here to help you. If there's anything I can do to assist, feel free to let me know. Take care.
Give a gift.
Thanks.
What do I get? Steak? Recipe steak. Increases weapon attack power and strength. I mean, that seems pretty good. Maybe we'll...
Thanks.
Thanks. I need 8. No, whatever. I'm doing it.
No, what? Look at...
Oh. Oh, shit. That gave me a ton. I didn't realize that would have a unique dialogue. Oops.
Take...
This, I gotta say, this hub is like... I feel like it's almost too big. It's like getting lost in this fucking place constantly. Hello, Lou.
Noah is even helping us in our own time. It's good to have his assistance. Let's take the bridge to the main... I'm here if you need something.
Rich flan. Hmm.
Let...
Well, Oh, we can upgrade our weapon more now that we have currency. I don't know what there's so many different weapons in this game. I don't actually really know like what I want to use.
One of my ancestors used to research for a form of...
I'll upgrade your weapon.
I don't know which one I want to upgrade. I mean, I guess I could make them all +1. Should you vote yes or no? I don't know, man. I haven't played the game before. I don't know what the next boss is going to be. I have no idea. Upgrade the bat chest. Okay, we don't have any heart remnants. I heard. I mean, these twin blades were surprisingly good. Okay, I can only get +2. I don't know. I don't want to use too many of my upgrade materials.
Take good.
Use this.
Oh. Thanks, dude. So many people I can talk to. Can I talk to this guy?
I give you.
Keeps like teleporting in. Alright. Let's go.
So, they want you two to save the world, do they? Damn. Talk about some high stakes. I guess you and Lou only know what the records say about the past, right? Let me get you up to speed on what happened after you left. I guess it's been, what, about a century? At the time, the seal on the Resurgence was waning, just like we're seeing now. In their attempt to restore the seal, the heroes fought in a great battle called the Upheaval.
This is the full release.
That's when Valentin went missing. I wasn't out on the frontier when it all went down, and I still haven't been able to track him down to this day. But I'm confident he didn't bite the dust that day. Not Valentin. That's why I'm here. I'm looking for clues. Anything that might lead me to him. Listen, I'll do whatever it takes to help you with your mission. But I also need you to help me with mine. Deal? I knew I could count on you.
Alright, Noah. Can I give him a
These
gift?
days, that being said, having the chance to team up with... Hey, you look well. Say, are you particular about what weapons you use? See, I'm in charge of weapons research at Magmal. If you're ever interested in upgrade... Also, I want you to have... Noticed the strange runes? The frontier's littered with what? I've taken a personal interest...
Is he giving me something? Oh, old engraved blade.
If you find any engraved weapons, let me know if
We
you
wanna-
need me.
Bring engraved weapons to Noah. Wait, why am I overburdened all of a sudden? I think it's because of the jail. Yeah, there are a lot of quests.
Oh.
Take good care.
I don't know if it's a glitch or something, but like... Oh, it's because of my mouse cursor. Oh, that is so grief. I was wondering why that was happening. Like, if your mouse cursor is on the screen, then when you open the menu, you'll like automatically be selected on the stats screen because that's where my mouse is. Oh, just throw me off. All right, let's Dude, oh my god. Okay, well that's the bridge. I wish, how do I know what my what is my quest here? Oh my god. Speak to Iris, speak to Lavinia.
Hiya. Do you have a... I'm in charge of booster research. Boosters are used by revenants. While the effects are potent, but find the optimal fit for your From now on,
Okay.
I'll give you any One more thing.
It makes
Developing
boosters.
boosters requires remnant.
Remnants.
Would you mind keeping an eye out for...
Okay.
If you get your hands on a remnant I need, I'd appreciate... If you get your hands on a...
My god.
Now that you and Lou are one, I sense you've awakened a new, unique ability. All Revenant powers are influenced by aptitudes called blood codes. Your unique ability allows you to absorb any blood code and call upon it at will. What's more, you seem to adapt to these blood codes the more you fight. Wondrous potential dwells in you. I've come up with a way to aid you, albeit indirectly. Close your eyes. I need a small sample of your blood. Perfect. I've extracted an assimilated
booster.
blood code to synthesize a booster. Its effects are only a fraction of the original code, but use it judiciously and it should serve you well. Come see me as you master new blood codes, and I will render you my aid. Stay safe out there.
So, oh, boosters are on the right here. Okay. Blood codes and other equipment also have traits. Some traits have certain attribute requirements that must be met in order for them to activate. Seems like I should have just equipped these. Doesn't seem like there's any downside. Well, I have an overburden effect now on willpower.
Proceed. If you don't mind, I will entrust you.
Oh.
New revenants you cross paths, pay me a visit. I await.
Okay. So it seemed, I think we did everything here. It's just all the requests. All right, let's go to, you know, I'm curious about the, shoot, which one was it? There was like a dungeon. Was it the East Bay Underground Ruins? There was a dungeon that we tried to go into. I don't remember which one it was, though. We should probably just go. We should probably just forward. Okay. How many markers did I put down? Where's my fucking GPS, man? I need to get up. Okay, surely I can get up here.
Brace yourself.
How much damage does this do now?
I'll protect you.
Quite a lot. What about this one? I'm parrying is... Oh wait, I don't have parry right now. I don't have parry. I do feel like it's kind of worth exploring. I mean, we actually explored a decent amount before. What? What is this icon? What even is... Is there something further down? Oh. Aha. Oh, okay. Well, that's... The fuck is that? All right, well... let's just move. Let's just go forward.
I won't hold back. Try harder.
Bridge. Oh, there's a checkpoint over there. Let me go grab that. Oh, what the hell is that? Wait, have I already... Oh. I think this is where I, like, came in. How much have I played? I'm basically just about to finish, like, the tutorial.
I'll protect you.
Oh, god damn it. Dude, what? I mean, this is like the tutorial area, in my opinion. This is actually problematic. I don't... Wait, do I not get... Can't heal? Oh my god.
Use it well.
This actually does damage. Okay, this is fucked.
Won't hold back. Try harder.
How much damage does the axe do? Quite a lot. So, dude, I can't, I can't tell what's happening. I'm like so close to the enemy. I thought the bell was like an audio cue, but it's not. Dude, oh my god. Maybe I can parry. Doesn't really seem like it though.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
This shield seems kind of good. Way too early. Oh my god, I got destroyed. Dude, every attack hits like has like the most lingering hitbox ever. Wait, can I riposte? Wait, my riposte. Dude, I canceled my riposte. What do you mean? I would have killed it, dude.
Use it well. Acceptable.
This is BS, man. +1 cabbage. Wait, there's more of them. Is this just like a normal enemy then? Maybe we should get the heck out of here.
I won't hold back.
Why was my damage so bad before? Is it the... Oh my god, dude! No. Is it the type of damage? Like, how much damage does the hammer do? Oh, the hammer also does nothing. I guess...
Look out! Brace yourself! I'll protect you.
Oh, why is my mouse in the middle of my screen again? How does the bat work? Maybe we try to kill this one. So at least these guys already damaged it. I get like damage reduction. Can I just run away from this, you think? Of course not.
Won't hold back. Try harder.
Man, it is like so... I don't know if it's probably just a skill issue, but I am having such a hard time dodging attacks in this game. Like, genuinely. So many of the attacks have... You have to dodge them, like, so perfectly because they have multiple hitboxes. Using a shield again. Bats seem pretty good. Dodge that. Oh, we can riposte. We're doing it.
I'll protect you.
Plus 3,000. Gonna drop anything? Yeah, let's go across the bridge. That was not worth it. Not really. These are normal enemies? Yeah, apparently so. I'm on a 5090.
What is this? It's addressed to you. To the great hunter who saved our lives, we pray you will accept this gift. Fate willing, we leave this to you, in the hope that it may help aid you in forging a new future.
My character has a resting bitch face. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Ooh.
It's come an awfully long way to get here. A whole 100 years come and gone.
Disney moment. Yeah, the music in
We
this
should
game
take
is,
it. After all, they gave it to us. And I'm sure it will aid us on our quest.
an interesting choice. She isn't even pretending to be excited about the bike. Yeah, it's just a way to get around. Probably should have read whatever it said there.
A battle to save the world from ruin. To be honest, I used to be filled with, but now I have you. Together, I have faith we'll find a way. Let's go. Wherever you go, I will always be by your side.
Hold on, let me see. What are the I didn't get a chance to see the controls for the... Lean forward? Dang, you can't lean forward on... I don't know if that actually makes you faster, but...
The sunken city lies just up ahead. Let's go over everything we know. A major resurgence befell the city, causing most of it to sink beneath the sea. Almost all of the residents were transformed into horrors, save for a few survivors. This small group of survivors was saved by a young girl.
Thank you for the
hero,
45 months, Patrick.
Josée. Somewhere inside the sunken city is Josée's cocoon. Let's start by looking for leads.
Yeah, Lou should ride on the back of the bike. Well, actually, if I summon her, maybe. Yippee. that the map thing? That torrent? Yes. There's like a path off to the side or something? Ooh. Super bike jumps? Heck unlocked. You can use one of the weapon attacks to like launch yourself backwards midair. Can you use it multiple times? Oh. Guess there isn't anything here. Thought there would be like an item or something. Unless... Is this where I came in? I don't think so, because I just got a tutorial here. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know. It's... Quest area? Yeah, maybe. Strange. Thought I could drive while having the map open for a sec. Can I just like drive off a cliff?
How did this happen?
Yes. I don't know. No, unfortunately in real life you can't respawn, so...
You're
Otherwise, yeah, maybe I would drive off a cliff.
a revenant hunter. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you! Damn vermin. I'll get you.
Calm down, please. We're not here to hurt you. You are a hunter, after all. It's no surprise he mistook you for a foe. The lunar rapace has scalded his mind. It's regressed to the point that he can barely control his emotions at all.
Josée. Dear Josée. Soon, soon, I will be joining you. I will carry out your will, Josée. She and I, but she's gone. Josée's mother was a sacrifice, one by one. Yet despite all she's and I let her sacrifice. I will carry out. She and I, but Josée's mother, one by yet despite and I let her sacrifice. I will kill.
He basically just said the same thing, regardless. I like the first code vein. I don't know if I like the open world design of this game so far, but we'll see. I want to get on top of the building. Okay, I don't know what I need to stop. I don't know why I'm doing this. There's nothing up there. I'm just wasting my time.
You're a revenant hunter? I suppose you can stay here if you want.
I suppose I could kill you.
You're a revenant hunter, aren't you? Sadly, we can't offer.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this game fully yet, but I'm still enjoying it just as like a new game to play.
They say this.
My Twitch chat is not visible. My Twitch chat isn't visible at all. I'll turn it back on though. I turned it off yesterday because I was doing a sponsored stream. Transform equipment. Wait, what does this do? Oh my god, the mouse doing that is so annoying. Oh, this is like infusions. Ah. You can also infuse the... Okay, you can infuse your... Both for me. Extract booster. Oh, you need a lot of monster parts. We almost have enough of this, actually, to make the wound resistance. I guess. You guys got so much random shit. Oh, he's got upgrade materials. Oh, he's got combat forme as well. Increase the power of the next attack by a fixed amount. Oh, it's like a Royal Knight's Resolve. Or Determination. Okay, well, I kind of want to buy those.
Come again. Welcome.
Oops. Is there anything I could sell that's... Selling stuff is worth, like, nothing. I don't know if there's some stuff that's worth a good amount. Some of the weapons are worth, like, 100, but... Feels like the game really doesn't want you to sell, like, anything. I don't think there's any, like, valuables. The only thing, I guess, that's worth much is the... You can get, like, poppable souls in this game, you know? Similar to a Souls game. Another one of those big enemies. Hello, Danny. Yeah, I mean, my game is running at sub 60 FPS on a 5090. I don't think this game has, like, DLSS either, which is kind of... weird. Oh, I think I'm faster here. Dude, this weapon buff. Like if I have a skill for this blade. It's called Offensive Order. Temporarily lowers your defense and increases attack power for you and your partner. You get, it's like double damage or something when you activate this. Absurd. It's actually so fast.
Beyond here.
Can I
we'll be
loot
nearing
while
the city center.
motorcycling?
Keep your wits about you.
Looks like a boss or oh. I think that's, is that a boss or is that just a normal enemy? Seems kind of big, but
Brace yourself.
oh god.
Take this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How much does this? Well, it's so weird. Like, where's the sound effects? Why is this guy like making no sound?
Use it well.
That twirl does a good amount of damage.
Acceptable. Look out.
We parried him, but we took damage because we were out of biker. Now I'm dead. God damn it. It is weird when enemies don't have like any sound effects. So it's kind of scuffed, I'm not gonna lie.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Should probably just try to. Should probably just try to parry this guy, honestly. Somehow I didn't get hit there. Ape horn.
I'm glad that's out of the way. Well done. Good. We've made it through. Now let's continue along this way.
I don't know where I should go, man. There's... Can't summon my motorcycle. Am I using DLSS? I don't think the game has DLSS. I think it does? Okay, maybe I'm just blind then. Oh, here we go. Did my game just crash? Hey, Silvermine, thank you for the $10. The FPS is worse? I guess it seems like it's basically the same regardless.
Hold on. I sense a strong pulse of Josée's pathos nearby. From within the clock tower, I believe. Josée's powers were said to be incredibly volatile, frequently causing her to go berserk. Alas, even those survivors she once sought to protect have become victims. Her frenzy strikes without care or focus. After that attack, she went into isolation and came to be known as the Queen of Solitude. Josée's life was marked with struggle from her birth. The powers were amazing, but wild. There must be a way inside the tower. Let's investigate the area.
Cringe English
We'll see what we can
dub.
find.
Alright, you weeb. I mean, maybe I do need to restart the game when I put on DLSS. Holy crap, dude, I'm at 30 FPS. What? 45 FPS.
So this is Josée's domain. Let's search the interior and make our way to Josée's cocoon.
Maybe I shouldn't play this game on 1440p, honestly. Or on 4K. I should play it on 1440p. %70 res scaling, you basically are. That's true. Where the frick am I going? Oh my goodness.
I won't hold back.
Oh, it's another one of these frickin' enemies.
Try harder.
Did my bike just do damage there? That's great.
Use it well.
I'm gonna go, man.
Brace yourself.
Holy crap, dude. The game is like
I'll protect you.
fucking exploding. Holy shit. No. Oh god. Where am I going? I don't know. I'm just driving. I need a checkpoint. Okay. Dude, I wish I could see what objective I'm looking at. Like, it's just, it's like, all right, there's a marker. Oh, okay, if I, never mind, I can see. They just fucking sent me straight into this shit, just like, fucking go, I guess. Yeah, here, let me try to lower the... Let me change my display res to 1440. Clearly... I mean, dude, I feel like it's not even running better. Or like barely. I mean, I could restart the game. It is actually crazy how bad this game runs, though. Driver update is needed. It's, yeah, it's definitely the drivers. Apparently Arc Raiders is on UE5, and that game runs really well. But I think Arc Raiders actually worried about optimization. Apparently Arc Raiders removed like a bunch of the FPS taxing the finals. Well, the finals is also made by the Arc Raiders team, so. Yeah, they got rid of like Lumen and things like that in Arc Raiders. When events running in Arc Raiders, there's FPS dropping. I don't know. Arc Raiders runs pretty damn smooth, in my opinion. I mean, at least I can hit like 144 FPS, or I think I can hit even higher in that game. Yeah, but I'm saying if my game, if I can run Arc Raiders at 200 FPS, then other people can obviously run it okay as well.
I'll protect you.
It's better than 20, 30 FPS, like fucking right now, or like earlier. Dude, the magic does so much damage. I feel like parrying is nice, but the blocking augments just seem easier to use overall. If I can actually start comboing, I do a lot of damage. How much range do I have on the bats? There's a range there. This fireball does a lot of damage. I go through this gate. I mean, the game seems like it's running better. It might just be this area, though. No, I mean, now that I lowered the res and changed the... I mean, it's still like barely above 60, but... Game is CPU limited. You know, I wonder if I... Oh no, I already have... I was gonna say, I wonder if I turn on park control, if that will help, but I already have that on. No, I'm not on 4K. I don't think there's a ray tracing option. There's like barely any options in this in the graphic settings. Like, look at this. It's like 4 settings. I mean, I guess I can lower the draw distance. Go to quality settings. Okay, it's not like the game fucking looks all that great anyways. It really doesn't matter. Next tab. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I was in here before too. What? I mean, I shouldn't have to put the game on low. I mean, I really don't want to set the game on low, but I could do it. I can't even change everything at once. Let's see just how much this even does anything. Oh, that's good. My FPS is worse. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's barely a difference. It's actually didn't really change anything. Where's my other pin? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I can barely see it because it's like under the other icon.
Brace yourself!
Rogan X. Yes, he is. Is there a boss here? Didn't we fight this guy before?
Look out!
God, what am I doing, dude?
Use it well.
There's an item in here. Can I really not parry that?
Won't hold back.
Damn, the jump. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can parry that.
Look out!
This is so scuffed. Dude, he just does instant attacks. What is this bullshit? Unless I can parry the shield.
Use it well.
He did a slow overhead.
This happened.
Brace
The
yourself.
de novo bug? Yeah, maybe. Well, I know when they got rid of de novo from Resident Evil 8, it ran like much better for people, I think. I guess this might be where I need to go though. Is there really no boss checkpoint here? I like how they just they like added a mechanic where you can respawn before bosses. But then they just kind of forgot about it, I guess, or they just... I think we should probably use something that can block instead. I think I'm just gonna try to block this guy. I'm still taking damage though. At least I think. Why is my health draining? Why is my health going down? Am I dying? You're not meant to be here? Well, where am I meant to be then?
I won't hold back.
Mind overburdened? Does that
I'll protect you.
make you just continuously take damage? Yes, it does. I can parry the overhead. Parry the follow-up. Dude. That did nothing. Okay, I think we can kill him. Oh right, we have revives. Maybe we can still do it. Oh, he did the overhead.
How did this happen?
The lingering hitbox.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Maybe there's a checkpoint somewhere around here. Thoughts on the game? I don't know. It is feeling a little scuffed in some regards. I tried to parry, but you have to be like so good with the timing. Okay, that's fine. You know, whatever, dude. The mix-up. Oh, thank you. Okay. Damn, that does a lot of damage. I fucked up. Oops. Can we go back to high settings? I mean, does it even matter? Does the game actually look better on high settings?
Brace yourself.
I canceled. Yes. I'm getting fucked by this random enemy. That's great. Oh my god, I almost destroyed my bike.
I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
Come on. I think I'm pairing too early. Damn it, dude. Come on, give me the good attack. Give me the easy attack to parry. Oh, or just do my entire health pool. That's good too. And then instantly punish me with the shield bash from across the room.
Brace yourself.
I think I'm parrying too early, actually. Wait, I can backstab him? What?
Use it well.
Oh man, I wish I had more healing.
Won't hold back. I'll protect you.
Oh, the super slow attack. And yeah, then
Acceptable. Brace yourself. Try harder.
maybe I should change my blood code. Might have, I don't know, my damage might be worse though if I do this. You just aren't allowed to hit him when he has the shield up. Oh, come on, man.
Use it well.
Dude, it's like he just delays. He does the delay there sometimes. Come on, man. Fucking stop holding your shield up, dude. Oh my god, give me a parryable attack, dude. And he doesn't do the follow-up. And he doesn't do the follow-up. Like, he used... Okay. I don't know why. I should probably just... Hey, I have to parry the follow-up.
Use it well.
Do the follow-up, man. Okay, we can hit him a bit more than I thought. That's good to know. Good RNG. I feel like I just wasn't in a good position.
Brace yourself.
What am I doing, man? Try harder. Not have hit his shield there. What about using the axe? Maybe I should have been using that more. No!
Acceptable.
Oh, the insta poke with the hand, dude. No. Yeah, I should have been axing. All right, well now we know. Yeah, the axe. I don't know. The amount of damage the axe does is so. Oops. It feels like so random. The fireball is not very good on this guy. Bosses have like specific weaknesses. I can't really use the axe unless he's like staggered though. Let's get ourselves buffed up. That hurt. Okay, though. I'll follow up. I'll follow up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, dude.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Dude, my attack just missed because it was on the wrong elevation. I'll follow up. Ah, damn it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, little buddy. My god, he did a follow-up. Did I really only get 3,000 from this fucking guy? That's nothing. Chump change, man. I wonder what these red glowing lights are. Not even like a checkpoint here. I guess we can go down.
I won't hold back.
Oh yeah, I can turn on my light now. What? Did he block it? Probably go for backstabs. Backstabbing in this game is kind of OP. You can backstab. I remember in Code Vein 1 you could backstab like a lot of different types of enemies. Are there no armors? I don't think so, no. What is with this, like... I want to unlock the map. How do I unlock the map? Is it those hidden map things? I need to level up as well. I want to see if I could find like a checkpoint here, but... I think I can actually cook some stuff now. Make crepes. Onigiri. Yeah, you can wheelie with the bike.
Brace yourself! Try harder!
How can I be out of blood?
Where am I? Where am I going? Like, I actually just feel like I have no indication as to where to go at all. I mean, I have the quest objectives. Oh, can I go up?
won't hold back. I'll protect you. Use it well.
50 FPS is absurd. I mean, I only have a 5090, so. Where is the checkpoint, man? There's gotta be one around here. Hello? And I'll take a free kill. Oh wait, I think I see one. I see something. Is that an item? Alright, I'm gonna try to go to this, like, pink thing. I just wanted to get a checkpoint since I'm so far away. Maybe I was supposed to go to the right, but I went to the left. I mean, I don't know. I think you can just choose wherever you want to go, but...
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Almost does enough damage. Don't hit the... yeah. Oh, the double parry? That was kind of sick, though. Yeesh, dude. Blazing roar. Wait, don't I already have that? Isn't that what I'm using right now? It is. Okay. Why are they so tanky? They just are, man. I don't know. Maybe the weapon I'm using isn't that great. I need to get more, like, healing upgrade. How tall is this girl? I made my character as tall as she could be. Yeah, she's pretty tall.
I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
Oh, it is the map thing. I guess this like reveals the map them. Ah, oh, that's much better. Okay, so we should go to the... Kind of had a feeling that's what they did. That guy had way less health than I expected. He looks so scary. We probably should, like, if we want to have an easier time with boss fights, though, we probably should just, like, run around and explore the map and try to find, like, more heals. I don't really know how you're supposed to find where they are, though. I think you just have to, like, explore pretty much.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
There's a checkpoint over here. There was a check. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh. There's an elevator. Oh, it's a boss? I think. There's a golden lynx in there. What about Bonk Stick? should try the axe again. Well, the axe hit did a lot. The AoE doesn't do like anything though, because it hits the floor. I like how I get knocked behind the boss. Oh no, not this attack. Oh, that's great. We avoided it. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I can't... Come on, do the purple attack. Yes. We did it. Can I touch this thing again to get my health back? Can. Yeah, the music's over, chat. The boss is dead.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Crimson Stone 3. Go for the backstab.
it well.
Dude. Can I fucking hit him, please? Holy shit, dude. Oh. Blows up. Oh god, another one of these fucking guys.
I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
I think this guy is slightly different. Mask of Nvidia fragment. Nvidia. Oh gosh, what is this guy? Can I backstab him? Oh, I can. Oh, it's the map thing. Is this a new area? I guess it is. I'm level 25.
Brace yourself.
Okay, dude. I should change my blood code so I can get the proficiency maxed out. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the open world in this game so far. Everything just looks so similar. Like, at least the open world of, you know, in Elden Ring, the open world, like, I mean, I don't like the open world that much for replayability, or I just wish that you could get around the game faster in Elden Ring. But that being said, like, first playthrough and subsequent playthroughs after the game came out, like, every area felt very different in Elden Ring, like visually. The exploration in Elden Ring was really good. Yeah.
I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
Gotta kill a good amount of enemies to raise the proficiency. Did I get that checkpoint? I did. I don't know how you're supposed to avoid that last part of the combo.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Fruit of abundance. Oh, there's a hot spring here. What? All right, this is a chain lightning. How about that?
I won't hold back. I'll protect you. Acceptable. Look out!
Totally fine. What is this? Watch this, chat. This is gonna be epic.
Use it well. Acceptable.
Come on, Lou, res me.
Brace yourself. Try harder. Look out! Use it well.
Oh, this is cancer. I need to kill that guy. That I need to kill that toxic guy like right away. Otherwise, I'm just fucked. Like I can't. That ape is just non-stop attacking me literally every second. He's just attacking me.
I'll protect you.
Okay, there we go. Well, I guess if you kill the enemy, it doesn't transform. Well, that was easier, eh? Miss epic loot? Yeah, maybe. Curved blades. Hmm. Well, so we need to talk to Noah and Lavinia because we maxed these out. There's also France. Max ammo up.
I bestow this power my powers will... I see. Here you are. It gives
Fortitude
me
booster.
great pleasure to avail you.
Oh.
I await.
Sure. I mean, I'll take some free stats, I guess.
Our mission, you must... New revenants, you pay me a... I await your return.
I'm currently looking into Lyle. I may be able to assist. That's the remnant I asked you for. I knew I could count on you. You'll be a huge help for my research. I started researching boosters long before I came to Magmel. There's one in particular that I've always wanted to complete. Sorry, I'm fine. I was just testing my new booster. I need to be stronger. I can't afford to lose, not to anyone. Huh? Don't be silly. Seriously, don't worry about me. I do this all the time. I know what I'm doing. You just look after yourself. Come see me again if you find... Take care.
All right.
We need to search the closest from here
To
is
find all the
Josée's in the sunken
cocoons.
city. That may be the best place.
Josie's in the sunken city. Okay, so that is down here. I guess let's go to the south instead for now. And go unlock the map. I need to find more heal upgrades, man, but I don't know where. I don't think we have 1 nectar and 0 golden blood beads. What is this? I need to remove. Oh, you can go between them. Okay, well that's nice. Is there an item up there? Thought I saw like a light. Oh, there is a... What the hell is that? Come on, take out the motorcycle. I wonder when Witcher 4 is coming out. How's the open world? Not my favorite so far. Okay. Not, I mean, it feels like this game wanted to be Elden Ring, but they needed a little bit more time in the oven. Alright, we can upgrade some of our weapons. I just don't know... Tender Lightstone. I mean, we could try to use the rune blades a bit more. You'll kind of want to try the hammer more as well, though. Could get the hammer to +4 and just go for the big bonk for a bit. I don't know. We don't have any heart remnants. We do have more platinum, though. I don't really know if upgrading the bat matters that much. You can get the game early if you pay like $20 for the deluxe edition or whatever it's called. We could get the hammer to +5 actually, because we just got a Crimson Stone 3. Maybe we'll just go for Big Bonk. Oh wait, no, we used one. Unless, well, maybe he sells... Yeah, what does he sell? Oh, he sells a rifle. He sells 2 different rifles. Fortress Stance. Oh, it's a deflect stance. Okay. Oh, there's also a weapon skill for the dual blades. Dodge spin. And a shield. Blood-soaked shields.
Come
What
again.
Is dodge spin like here? Oh yeah, it is. I feel like that actually... Let's see, how does this work? Oops, that's the wrong one. So this is a dodge. That seems kind of crazy. That seems really, really useful. But then again, parrying is also really useful, but... That seems like it could be very strong. I think we have to go to a checkpoint. Unless...
Welcome.
What does transforming it do? Oh, right, it's... Oh, there's a checkpoint here. I don't want to go down the railroad. We can change our blood code now as well. It's actually pretty important to like upgrade these. I don't know where the Noah one... I don't remember where I need to go to talk to Noah. I think it's somewhere in Magmel. Pick up all the crab. Alright, let's go down the tunnel. What is that?
Brace yourself.
Spiky ball. Which reminds me of like, I thought it was like the Sonics from frickin' Dark Souls 2 for a sec. I'm doing that too early. I feel like I've been down here before. The axe is so good, but I think this will get off. The axe is actually insane for like for multiple enemies. Okay, yeah. Let's just go back. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. We need to go unlock the map. How do I get past these gates, though, I wonder? Maybe I can go around? Seems that this, I don't know, this goes down. Doesn't seem good.
I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
Wasn't I over here before as well? Hmm. Yeah, the performance isn't great. I mean, it's running... It's playable on my system. Oh, it's one of these things. What does this do? Max Ichor and Dex boost active. Unless, okay. More Dex, that's good. I guess that's it. Missed a door in the other room. Alright, I'll go back up. Maybe I did. Yeah, I really hope there's a door up here. Here? Just pipes, yep. Didn't really seem like there would be anything up there or anything else. All right, we need to figure out, dude, how do I get to this hidden map thing?
Unacceptable.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Just like right up there, but how do I fucking get there?
Brace yourself!
This is the second stream of this game. I guess maybe just this way goes around. Yeah, I guess we do just need to go this way.
Try harder!
Try harder. What are these random voice lines, dude? Can you jump over the gate from the watchtower? I don't think so, but maybe. Oh my God, dude. I wonder if I can activate like a shortcut or something with those gates. Maybe I can open the gates from the other side. Okay. I feel like I just take so much damage from everything. Not sure if I can open this gate. Maybe there's just a checkpoint somewhere up here. My silly spin dodge. Yeah. True.
I'll protect you.
What the heck? Dude, this monkey is like destroying me.
Brace yourself!
You do mounted combat? I don't think so. Oh, is this a merchant?
Welcome.
What has he got? Oh, a heart remnant. We need these. Flame weapon. Fire barrel. Oh. Let's see, can I sell my like haze items for what they would normally give? I mean, there's an enemy here. But I have no heals. What was that? Yeah, you still have the blood codes.
Try harder.
I don't really know where I'm going. I wish there was a checkpoint that... There's gotta be a better checkpoint here.
How can I be out of blood? Look out!
What is happening? The long... Oh. You can have an NPC. I just decide I don't like having the NPC out. I like fighting by myself. Does this go around like the entire map? Oh, it looks like one of the hidden map things is here. This track just goes, man. See if there's anything around here. Come through, gentlemen.
Brace yourself.
That's not what I wanted. Well, shit.
Acceptable.
Did I even have much currency to go grab?
I won't hold back.
Not sure. Can I even get to where I was? I'm not sure I can survive falling down here. Oh, I mean, maybe you can. Maybe just the motorcycle explodes. Hey, Cactus. It's all right. I mean, I'm still having fun with it, but it's got a little bit of issues. You do a double jump on the motorcycle? I don't think so. Oh, I barely had anything. Oh, there's a checkpoint right here, though. Wait, is that another checkpoint right there? They're like right next to each other. Is this gonna be a boss fight? Oh, is there a hidden map here? What do these uncanny stones do anyways? Magmel's shop clerk Jadwiga collects them. Oh, okay.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Alright, I need to... Oh my gosh, this guy does a lot of damage. Okay. Dude.
Look out!
Dude, how am I supposed to fucking cast on this guy? Oh my, like, dude, what are these? It's just like this fucking enemy. feel like it doesn't matter how much I level up in this game, I just get destroyed. Like, I... What the heck, man? I don't really know if Lavinia 2 is doing much for me here.
I won't hold back.
Oh no.
Use it well.
Am I going? This is kind of rough. Hey, Parkeezy.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you. Acceptable.
Nice. Bro one-shot me. Lingering hitbox, classic. I don't know how that didn't hit me. He should be dead now. We're close to it. Frickin' giant monkey. Formed a part. I need to equip. I have like new special moves and stuff that I can equip. I also upgraded this hammer and I said I was going to use it and then I didn't, so probably try that out as well. What does this thing scale with? Probably strength, right? Yeah, C+ in strength. I don't really have a strength blood code at the moment. Undead Forest.
We're approaching the undead forest now. Before we head in, let's go over what we know. It is home to a sanatorium where
Yeah, I
research
saved
was
Noah.
conducted on corruptions caused
It was
by
kinda
the
tough, though.
resurgence. One of the heroes served as director of the sanatorium. Her name was Holly, otherwise known as the Reaper Witch. Holly is a revenant of Luxuria bloodline, whose members are born with access to a rare ability, namely, the power to heal. Holly used her gift to palliate the suffering of many of her patients, including her own father. But during one of their treatments, she made a tragic blunder that drove them into a frenzy. In the end, she killed them all. That's how she came to be known by the epithet of the Reaper Witch. Though branded a criminal, she was later summoned to combat the upheaval and went dormant in her cocoon. Holly's pathos still lingers strongly in the forest.
All right, let's try and equip some of our new moves. Oh, can we? We still can't use a second weapon. All right. Oh yeah, what is duplicating? Oh right. We have a lot of different stuff we could put on here. Applies venom. Venom removal. The bleed factor. I guess we'll put on Coffin Breaker and Fortress Stance. Fortress Stance lets me parry. Which one is the Fortress Stance? Is it? That's the bottom one, okay.
Won't hold back.
Damn. Seems like a pretty good parry to me. You're Platinum 5? Oh, I feel like we're in a high level area then. I like the good thing about the hammers is they just stagger the shit out of enemies. Definitely helps. What? Yeah, the enemy HP isn't that high. That's true. I feel like the damage of that isn't that great. What? I guess you gotta do it a bit earlier. I like riposting, but it does take some time.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
I am basically just permanently staggering these guys, though. guy's pretty...
Acceptable.
Pretty OP. Honestly, it was like 6 years ago that I played the first game, so I don't really remember it that well.
I won't hold back. Try harder.
Only 6? Yeah.
Look out!
Getting really high level upgrade materials. Oh my. Are we supposed to be down here? I guess it's fine. I can heal while I'm on the bike. Where the heck am I going? Oh, what the? Oh, that applies like slow or something? That's pretty good. Well, maybe this is the right way.
Welcome.
I don't know if we should be here right now, though. Oh, this guy's got a ton of... Falling sun. Negates all enemy attacks while airborne. Oh, wow. And purchase Tender Lightstone 2. Oh. Exclusive token. Where the heck are my sellable items? Cheese? Sure.
Come again.
A letter addressed to the hero Holly. I have my doubts it ever reached her. This must be medicine prescribed to a patient. There's a message written on the pouch, too.
Yeah, I guess these missions are like the legacy dungeons of the game or something. You know, if we're gonna think of it in Elden Ring terms, anyways. Man, I would really like to reveal the map. Oh. There we go. Nice. Crimson Stone 6. We can't even use these. Like, we're not... Our weapon isn't high enough level to use these. This is definitely like a high level zone. I think I'm gonna just... I think I'm gonna go back and do this mission that we were on. There was a golden nectar here. I guess I picked this. How do I know if I picked it up? I guess I think they only appear on the map if you pick them up in the first place, I guess. Honestly, I'm still enjoying this game. I do wish the performance was a bit better. I mean, it runs okay for me, but...
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Oh, oops. I'm still enjoying the game. I don't know, it's still like, it's a new Souls-like to play, so... I want to go fight that enemy that was over by the merchant here.
Welcome.
Oh. +5 hammer. I don't know if I like the hammer that much for boss fights or not. It seems good for enemies, though. Could upgrade the axe. Fuck it. You know what? I don't think the hammer is going to be... I think I have to use this greatsword on this guy.
I won't hold back. Try harder.
Oh, it gives me a better dodge. That's really bad damage.
Use it well.
I remember the axe was pretty good here, though. Oops.
Acceptable.
Damn it, dude. Is there really not, like, a better... Is there really not a... I hate how there's... Like, some of these runbacks to these enemies or bosses are so bad in this game. And then they added, like, a boss checkpoint thing, but it's only on certain fights.
Brace yourself.
Probably a better way to deal with these enemies. Maybe there's another maybe there's another checkpoint around here. I just don't know where it is. Possible. I feel like I was looking around before though and I didn't see anything.
Welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna upgrade this greatsword because it actually does damage to this enemy.
I'll protect you.
This is draining my health.
It won't hold back.
How do I turn this off?
Use it well.
This is fucked, man. I'm gonna go. It's weird because earlier I was doing way more damage to her.
I've used too much blood.
This fucking voice. You have to swap weapons? Well, I can't though. I mean, I can remove it, I guess. Munchies has a jellyfish on the door. How do I get into this frickin' place?
Brace yourself. Try harder.
I don't know, I kind of miss having the parry. Maybe I shouldn't try to fight this guy. Might be a checkpoint in here. Breath of the Sun. Oh, that's like one of the weapon infusion items, I think. Okay, wait, what about... Where the fuck is Joe? Where's Josée? Somewhere, I guess. What are these blue lights as well? I don't think they're anything.
I won't hold back.
I guess it doesn't show us where Josée is. Although we can talk to... We can talk to Lou, and maybe she'll tell us, like, where we need to go next. I think.
I'll protect you.
Unacceptable.
Dang, I don't get rezzed by Lou? I feel like there's heal upgrades that I missed, but it's, I don't know, the map doesn't really give me any indication as to where I've, like, been. Elden Ring didn't tell you shit as well. That's true. But in this game, I feel like it's a bit harder to get a sense of, like, your surroundings and, like, where you are. When everything is, like, industrial, ruined buildings.
Try harder.
Who is shooting at me? Well, I guess we can go up this way. Let's talk to Lou. What does she have to say? Oh, right. Forgot this takes us to the white room. Flashbang room.
Something the matter? It would seem Josée's cocoon is somewhere within the clock tower. Let's search within and find our way to the cocoon.
The clock tower.
Holly's pathos still lingers strongly in something that
So Holly's... okay.
that bridge is proof that, but it's not over. I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
That was kind of satisfying. I'm actually surprised that I didn't get interrupted when I did that. Oh, that's enemies?
Look out!
Oh, that was lucky. Dude, enemies just all there's like no feature in this game for enemies to be passive. They just all attack you at the same time. Kind of brutal. Oh, jeez. What's another one of those cat enemies? I guess it probably drops one of those items then. Oh. Actually, maybe it doesn't, but we got one of these blood beads, which is good. I don't know if we need 2 of them, though.
Brace yourself! Try harder!
Try harder. Oh.
Welcome.
Right, you're a friend. What do you got? Oh, token. Boost vitality. Oh. What the? This guy does not like me riding my bike. This game really does not like giving you like the bonfires or the I can't remember what they're called, but they're just randomly cup noodles on the ground. Cookbook. If I export over here? Doesn't seem like it.
Won't hold back! I'll protect you!
Dude, the second and third hit of the combo does so much more. It's so weird. I don't know. What's up with the modifiers? 4x enemy mod. It's a lot of enemies, man. Oh, okay. Umbral shift. Oh. I think we got Bloodhound step, guys. Anything over here? You know, oops.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Try harder. Will I play this game to the end? I don't know. We'll see. I'm enjoying the boss fights in the game. Some of them anyways. Is this better than Elden Ring? Yeah, this is like the new Elden Ring. New and improved. Oh, we found a way down. And I guess that's good since it knocks them down. If I talk to Luke, can I get another bloodline now? Actually, I guess I could have just summoned her. Probably.
Our blood ties are. Take this.
Blood code 3. This should give us more stats. Yeah, I mean, it's just an overall stat increase, so. It's actually, like, really important to level up the blood codes. You have to kill a lot of enemies to level them up, though.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
What's this? Are we just back outside again? I guess there was a side entrance here. We're on high settings. Where am I? Oh. Well, that's frickin' confusing.
How can I be out of blood?
Oh, yo, Adam, thank you for the 71 months, man. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you very much, dude. Aquino, thank you for the 9 months.
I won't hold back. I'll protect you.
Premium cigar. Damn. VK longsword. Go. That's fine. I'm gonna go get my revenge on this lady.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Die. I might be able to get increased regeneration. Nice. Okay, so now I
Our blood
recover a
ties
bit
are
more
now
from my
stronger than
heals.
ever, and grow only
That's
more
good.
fortified with time. Take this, though it is mine to give.
Ivy. Thorns that generate blades of steel erupts countless blades from the ground, piercing a wide area. Hold RT to create a marker on the ground. Release RT to drain at the marker's location. The jail. This game has some like really just super weird. So something that I've noticed, chat, is that like I don't know if it's cutscenes or something will cause your mouse to go back to get centered in the middle of the screen in this game, and then whenever you open a menu, well, some menus, the mouse will automatically hover over like something you don't mean to. Like right now, you can see when I open the menu, it's on the attribute modifiers, which like, that's not what I want to do. And it's just like, how is this, how did this make it in, like this issue make it into the full release? Like, did nobody play on control? Like, does everyone play on keyboard mouse or something? I don't understand. They just never found a solution. Yeah. Did I really come to this? Was this area just all for the Ivy skill, I guess? Surprised there's no boss fight here or something. Maybe there is. I'm not sure if it's possible to... Can't really change, like, the layer. Happened in the first game? Yeah, that's crazy that it happened in both.
I won't hold back.
That's actually wild.
I'll protect you.
Yeah, it heals a lot more now.
Look out!
I didn't even want to fight this enemy again.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Parry move on this weapon seems pretty good though. Seems fairly forgiving. Which is good. Succubus brain. Alright, well, let's like, it's crazy. I've only found one golden nectar. There's gotta be more, but I just don't know where. I mean, I guess we don't need them that badly. Thought maybe you could jump over this. Don't think so, though. Actually... Wait a sec, maybe... With the bayonet tech. Oh, this might work, actually.
I won't hold back.
I think I've already been over here.
I'll protect you.
Actually, have I? I don't know. The axe moveset is so good. Or not moveset, but the ability. Imagine this is just like the end of the game or something. No. Okay.
Acceptable.
Sit well.
Alright, dude. Yep. Just fuck me. I have so many walnuts. I should probably cook some more food because we've been getting a lot of stuff. Is there anything that increases my defense? Oh yeah, the onigiri does. We need salt for that though. Defense and vitality is fried rice. Continues until death. I don't know. We have so many like consumables, but I really don't know which ones are even useful. I guess like the weapon buffs are potentially good to use. Let's eat a fried rice. Surely it's a massive buff.
Brace yourself!
Did I see the new RE9 video? No, I'm trying to remain like spoiler free at this point. I don't really want to watch more RE9 stuff. I'd rather just wait. The game's not that far away. But I mean, you enjoyed the video, that's good. Can I open this gate? Don't think so. It's annoying how easily you get interrupted in this game. Alright, I'm gonna go down the elevator now. Actually... coming part. See you later, bozos.
I won't hold back!
The big red button does nothing. What button? Okay, I think there's supposed to be something that happens here, but it's not happening. I mean, I'll go look for a button. I feel like there's not anything actually there, and I'm just gonna waste my time, but maybe you're right.
I'll protect you!
This guy needs to fuck off. Big red button. Do you mean the torch? Alright. I don't think there's anything else here. I think this is like, there's something here, but I don't think we're supposed to be here right now. We did like a skip. Let's get some level ups. Is this the way we want to go? I feel like there's a heal upgrade somewhere around here.
Brace yourself. Try harder.
Gluttonous urge. I wish you could press a button to like pop up the item so I could read what it does. I mean, I think if I go in my inventory, it might be like the... Accelerates your metabolism to reset the effects of food. Really sure how this fight is like. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. Did he drop anything? Guess not. I think I was over here before. Oh, I definitely was. Yeah, this is the guy that I wanted to fight, but I didn't. Not like it really matters, though, because it doesn't drop anything. Fucking monkey. Okay. Oh no, not again. Nice. I love missing by the tiniest amount. What is my proficiency now? Oh, it's not even going up. What? Am I not allowed to get it to make it go higher anymore? Why am I not getting any proficiency on this? I guess 3 is the max.
Brace yourself.
All right, we should try to actually just
Try harder.
make progress, I guess. I feel like I missed some health upgrades because I mean we've explored this entire area and we've only found 1 nectar. It just seems kind of crazy that I haven't found any other ones. Wait, I was just like flying on the bike. This game was your childhood. The bike has wings, apparently. Did not realize that. Oh, we're just going backwards now. We need to get like over the hill.
I won't hold back.
I pick up all these items. I feel like I'm never going to use any of them. Maybe that's not true, though. Ah, yes. The sunblight vaccine. Man, I don't know how to get to my ping. Well, this is Josée's outpost, I guess. Guess there's a way inside here, maybe? This is where we went through before. How am I supposed to get in this frickin' place, man? Damn it. Let me in. I'm really not sure. Like, am I supposed when I talked to Lou, she said Josée is near the clock tower. Which, I think that's here. But why can I not do it? Let's bring the weapon to Noah.
Looks like you're making good use of my blood code. I get the feeling you could get even more.
Okay.
You brought an engraved... I knew it. Most Revenant weapons are designed, but this one's custom-made to compensate. Whoever designed it. Weapons may not speak. Why was the weapon made? Who wielded it? Probing into a weapon's past can reveal tales lost to history. I'm one of the lucky survivors of this era. Remember, if you find any other
Old engraved greatsword.
If you find any watch yourself.
Boosted blade. Oh, you get fast dodges with it as well.
I don't leave Magmel much. They say she's the Reaper Witch who now lays dormant in the undead forest. Be careful with this one. The things I hear make me sick.
Jeez. Oh. Sells a healing item. Guess we should give him something then.
Thanks, I guess.
I guess he doesn't like cigars. Well, shit. What does he like? Tools?
You sure?
Weapons? Well, I don't know if I can give him weapons.
Let me know if you need...
I sell tools.
Okay, I could buy tender lightstones. I can't buy the normal ones, though. Which would be very nice if we could buy the normal ones.
Our mission is to eliminate 5 heroes. You must travel to points in the past from these locations. Make contact with the heroes in their times, and find the keys to unlock their cocoons. I see you've assimilated.
What you gonna
Here
give
you
me?
are.
Rhea.
It gives me great... I await.
Oh wait, no, it was a booster. Max Ichor up. Ah.
We need to search. The closest from here is just... I'm here if you... I'll upgrade.
I mean, we could get this hammer even higher upgrade. It's just... I don't know. Or we could go for the twin blades. Oh, the old engraved greatsword is with... Hold on, you know what? Let me go buy one of the tender lightstones.
I sell to...
Take
I mean, it has a lot of damage now. 488. Try this weapon out. I don't understand where I'm supposed to go for this Josée thing. The outpost is right here, but there's no entrance, and I guess there's a I don't know. I'm just confused. I don't really understand what I'm supposed to do.
We need to search the closest from here. I'm here if you need. We need the. Let me know if you.
You said to time travel? Yeah. But I don't. I thought you're supposed to fast travel because I can't travel back in time here. It's got to be somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe let's go over this way. Still not sure what these red things are. I'm not missing anything. Oh yeah, what does my weapon art do? Oh, it's like a charged attack, okay. Rip my bike.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Really don't want to fight this fucking guy. What's the point of the bike breaking if it spawns instantly? I mean, what's the point of Torrent dying if you can just give it a flask? Not really too different. Oh, there's a heal here. Yeah, how is this? Seems pretty good. You can crash the bike for damage. Yeah, you actually can, like, run the bike into an enemy. And, stagger them. Kinda nice. I've done it a few times. Not necessarily on purpose, but... it is something you can do. Another cat enemy.
Pull back. Try hard.
Octopus. Hmm. What is this building? I just want to fight more bosses, man. Where's the bosses? Weird how some of these areas the elevator isn't here by default. Like, why? I guess we can look around a little bit. Can you customize the bike? That's a good question. I don't think you can, but maybe? Am I gonna speedrun this? Probably not. Never know though. Maybe speedrun it for like a few days. Put up a YouTube video or something. Probably not.
Brace yourself!
Oh. I guess you drop down later. All right. Oh, it really doesn't do that much damage. I was expecting this to be like way worse. Yo, this greatsword is sick just for the fact that you get the good dodge. God, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if backstepping is still the fastest movement. It probably is. They probably just didn't even care. Oh, come on, man. It honestly looks like it's still... It looks like it's still fast just to backstep. I don't know how I feel about that strong attack.
I won't hold back! Look out!
Killed everybody. Works for me. There's a checkpoint here. But yeah, in the first code vein, it was fastest to spam backstep. Might be the same case in this game. Very, very possible. Oh. Dude, why is it... You can get interrupted by, like, nothing in this game. Like, you just get no hyper armor on any of the moves. That's cool, man. Max HP. Where I tried to drop down before, right?
Brace yourself!
Upgrade materials, good. There, I think there's a boss here. Right. Big boy.
I'll protect you.
Oh, is it the ball attack? Gustav. Holy shit, Gustav. Oh, not the balls. Come on, Gustav. Too early. Or too late, actually. I don't know if you can parry that move. He really likes the balls. Wait, what? That didn't do anything. Wow, that does a lot of damage though, actually. I'm just gonna face tank. 2,000. Wow. I was definitely a bit OP for this area, I reckon. I guess there's a one path I didn't go down here.
Brace yourself.
This game has been pretty scuffed so far. I'm still enjoying it just because, I don't know, I mean, the Bloodborne randomizer has been fun. I think after assuming I decide to play all the way through this game and beat it, then I definitely want to go back to the Bloodborne randomizer after this, but I don't know, I'm still... A key is... Oh my god, a key is required, okay. Neo 3 comes out soon. Comes out in what, like 2 weeks? Finishing this, but not Kazan. Yeah. This game's new, though. No, I didn't finish Kazan. Oh, Iris is strength-based. It's actually good. Try to level up her blood code then. Also, let me... I keep forgetting I want to do this. Let me put some Forma on this weapon. Flame weapon. Oh, Iron Will. That seems good. Oh, can I put on the deflecting move? Fortress stance. I can. Nice. I played Baldur's Gate 3 for a lot longer than an hour, but I think I was probably like 20 hours in or something. All right, let's go. I think we need to go up here. I mean, people were just constantly backseating when I played Baldur's Gate 3. Just
This should do
kind of exhausting. And we're doing good damage now. How much damage do you think we do to her?
That was nothing.
Nothing. It seems like you have to use a weapon with, like, a status ailment on it. Or, I mean, I can use... I think, like, the fireball...
Look out for yourself.
What the hell is that? Dude, what the fuck?
This should do it.
doing, too? I'm just face taking. Weird how it lets you put in a level that you can't actually get. Very strange.
That was nothing.
Let's go over here. To be fair, this bike's physics are better than Death Stranding, at least. Death Stranding somehow had, like, the worst bike physics ever. They were so fucking scuffed. It's like... Dude, how do I get to this? I'm just going in circles. I've already fucking been here. I don't know if I can get... Not another Kaled incident? Yeah. I can't go through this pipe. At least I don't think. Oh, I definitely can't. It's like up on the mountain. Maybe we should just continue with the forest. We could also go... Maybe let's go forward here at the checkpoint. Roasting Death Stranding is crazy. I mean, the bike is terrible in that game. It just is. Like... The physics, dude, when you're trying to drive over rocks and stuff like that with the bike, it is a horrible experience. Like one of the worst vehicular experiences in gaming. It's like using the fricking... It's like using the vehicle in a muck. Oh?
All right then, we're gathered. Let us begin the briefing. Our target is the hero known as Lyle. His body is sealed away. He lies dormant in a cocoon at the entrance to the corroded scar just ahead. Once a booming hub, now it's a shadow of its former glory, desolate and ruined.
Ages ago, the land was rich in condensed coal. The mining industry here prospered greatly. But one day, the ruler who founded the Scar exiled all of its citizens, then vanished without a trace. Now, chaos reigns supreme in a dark age of corrupted soldiers and horrors.
I think that's enough.
Death Stranding was okay.
If you're looking for more
as long as you're on
it's
flat
there in the
ground.
database for you to peruse. In any case, our job is to awaken and slay the hero sealed here, or the world as we know it will cease to be. That's the long and short of it. Our first priority is to track down Lyle's cocoon, located at Forward Base 1.
Okay.
The cocoon of the great hero Lyle. Even after all this time.
Why is it so hard to get to the one where
pathos
Josée
still
is?
permeates the air in this place. To my understanding, Lyle was a swordsman of peerless talent. He belonged to a mercenary group in his day, known then as the Dawn Chorus. The chorus was led by a revenant from the corroded scar, one known as Craig. Craig and the Dawn Chorus struggled to take back their homeland. Lyle and his blade served to aid in their quest. But then, as if he was never there in the first place, Lyle vanishes from history. There was no word of Lyle or his exploits until he reappeared at the upheaval, when he joined the other revenants in their final stand. Ultimately, he too was sacrificed to perform the seal that saved the world. And ever since, he has been resting here in this place.
From what I hear, Lyle wasn't too approachable. It's said he fought like a madman. He was always the lone wolf. With the path to the fortress blocked, and no alternate routes to speak of, it would appear we're not getting into the corroded scar anytime soon. It's taking a risk, but we'll have to skip the practice run. Lou, how is the bond holding up?
Good, I think. It should work. We can use Lyle's pathos as a bond with him and travel back to his era.
Excellent. Then this will have to be your entry point to the past. After you've located Lyle's key, obtain it and return here as quick as you can. Understood?
Keys let you commune with a hero's pathos. I know we don't know what to look for, but with physical contact, I should be able to identify them.
Once you're safely in the past, first you'll want to track down the Dawn Chorus. From there, you should be able to locate Lyle. And there is one more thing.
The Dawn
Just
Chorus.
in case. Tampering with the past, as you may know, will invariably affect our present. These changes can be sudden and often unpredictable. With that in mind, before you take any action that may affect our now, consider the consequences.
I don't know. I don't know what consequences there are. I'm just gonna go in. Actually, what's over here? Is there any other weapon I want to customize? Oh yeah, what about falling sun? What's my blood code proficiency at? Not very good. We need to kill way more enemies. Is that an enemy? What is that?
This should do it.
That's doing like no damage at all. What the heck?
This should do it.
There's so many like items in this game, but I don't really know what most of them do. I think a lot of them are materials for like enhancing stuff. It won't open. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think we have to just go in the. Got to go to the past. Hug time.
All right, how are you feeling? It looks like the time jump was a success. We've arrived in Lyle's era.
There's color, but the metal is still rusted as fuck.
Looks like we managed to get away with only a slight slippage in our coordinates. I'll need to go dormant for us to stay in this time period. Let's find some missile. Then we can discuss what to do next in the confluence.
Whoa! Oh, jeez, don't sneak up on me like that!
Oh, this is how we go back. Has 2 people in it. Surely there's more than that.
Haven't seen you around here before. Can I help you? Are you here to join the Dawn Chorus? Well, you're in luck. We've got a big battle coming up. If you'd be willing to lend us a hand, there's an entry exam for new recruits. The captain went ahead to forward base 2. If you manage to catch him, just tell him you're looking to join. Looking for forward base 2?
If I go this other way. Anything over here? Where am I? Oh. Dude, I'm so slow. Oh my god, speed up. Shitty bike.
Let's collect ourselves, then
The
go
fuck?
over the current situation. We have 2 tasks here. Find Lyle, then locate the key to his cocoon. In this time period, Lyle should still be serving in the Dawn Chorus. That seems as good a place as any to get a start. This is the time when Craig led the Dawn Chorus on an offensive to reclaim the corroded Scar. The Scar was overrun. Frenzied soldiers and horrors took up roost in the valley. By my estimate, my power has landed us right on the knife's edge of a major battle. Come see me again soon, okay?
It is weird that they decided like a super bright white room is the best option. Cheapest option. Yeah. Can't really argue with that. The purple enemy is still here. Probably just supposed to go through that door that was up there now. Hello, is anybody home? I have a lot of these uncanny stones. I need to give them to the lady. How do I get back out? Oh, never mind. There's boxes here. Did not see that. I was gonna say, is there like any enemies at all? What's going on here? I guess the fire seems good because it staggers the enemy. Level up? Not quite. Flame weapon seems like a pretty good buff. Same with the defense. I'm liking this greatsword a lot, honestly. I like the bats more. The game is on high settings. Honestly, I should probably just put it back to 4K FPS or 4K resolution, because I feel like the FPS was basically the same regardless. There's a chest over there. 4K FPS would be insane. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Man, so many of the attacks. So many of the attacks linger for so long. It's so brutal. Nice. We should do some infusions because we have Breath of the Titan and Breath of the Sun now, I believe. The fuck? Any shortcuts? An elevator. Where the fuck is this guy? Lyle? Bruh? Anyone here? Alright, can I talk to... Shit, man. I have to go back through the bond. I want to... I want to get the next blood code, but I have to go talk to this lady.
Enjoying you just... If you get your hands on a rep, take care.
Yeah, now we have 20 strength, 27 extra damage. Hello?
Our mission, you must... Ah. There. I pray this power
Vitality booster. Ah, whatever. We've already explored a fair bit of the map. I'm gonna think of it. Okay, we just gotta figure out where to go. I mean, I don't know. Did I really not loot this item? I guess I had to run. I got 39 FPS. Pretty good. And the axe is so good for groups of enemies, though. I feel like they really gotta I don't know what the heck's going on with the performance for this game, but they really gotta fix that. Man, I don't know where to go. It's just an elevator down. There really nothing else here? I don't understand. It's just an area that just goes in a circle. Oh, this thing has a lot of range. Yeah, alright, well, this is... We need to get to forward base 2. Yeah, when I use the axe, it applies slow. I don't remember what it's from. I don't think the axe itself does that. Oh, actually, no, it does. Its force field gradually builds up the slow status, so. I guess that is the case. I mean, it's got to be somewhere from... Does that elevator actually lead to somewhere new? Am I just crazy? Is this just where I entered, right? Almost certain it's where I entered. Okay, well, I don't know, man. I guess I'll just... I don't know if I should... What the hell was that? I mean, I'm almost certain that's where I entered. I don't... Pretty sure it just goes in a circle. Also, Raging Cane, thank you for the 46 months. Munchie, Angelic Spectre, Monty, thank you guys for the resubs. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I guess I'm just supposed to go in this big room. I guess all that other stuff was just extra loot.
You see it, right? That's Pioneer Castle, our main objective. Normally, the castle serves as a power station for the Scar, but the place has been overrun by horrors. There's a furnace inside the castle. Getting it back online would restore power throughout the city. Then we can re-industrialize and bring life back to these barren lands. We'd have a place to go home again.
There's a bike you can use. I actually can use the bike here, which I didn't think I would be able to.
Hold it, you. State your name and business.
I want to join.
Well, a revenant hunter. You're not registered with the association? Interesting. Very well, I'll let you take the entry test. Come with me. We have a simple motto. If you really want something, you better be willing to fight. Listen up! This revenant hunter here wants to join the chorus! Someone give him the test!
I'll be the one to give him the test. Go ahead, Hunter. Hit me with your best shot.
Out of my way.
What gives, Lyle? It's rare that anyone tickles your fancy.
Lyle.
That one there's no ordinary vagabond.
All right! Both sides take your weapons!
Seems you're the real deal.
Seems we're evenly matched.
Nice one, rookie.
You really did it. Holy moly. That's incredible. You're tougher than I thought.
Well, now that was a show. Tell me now, when was the last time someone drew your blood?
You've passed the test, no questions asked. With skills like yours, we're lucky to have you.
I'm Craig, leader of the Dawn Chorus. Come, let's talk inside. So, you're a freelance hunter. I'm sure you've got your reasons, but I'm not here to pry, so don't worry. Under normal circumstances, we'd throw you a little welcome ceremony, but as it is, I'm afraid we're a little pressed at the moment. I know you just got here, but I've got a big favor to ask. Once things settle down a bit, we'll get you initiated properly. As you're aware, the Chorus's main objective here is to reclaim the totality of the corroded Scar.
Damn straight. We're gonna raise a new banner on the ruins of our homeland. I want to storm the castle in the center of the valley. Unfortunately for us, the place is locked down tight. The entrance is protected by a blood seal. We'll need the I-Corps of retainers who once served at the castle.
Anime
The
Garamond,
retainers are
yep.
once powerful revenants who've since gone
True.
mad.
Now they roam the valley aimlessly. If you're up to it, I'd like you to deal with them for me. Don't worry, this will be a walk in the park for you. I'm not asking you to go alone, either. Right, Lyle?
Yeah. Let's get this over with. You're with me. Though I'll be honest, Craig. I don't see why I can't do this alone. You know I could. Sounds like one less liability to me.
Hey, we finally got a promising recruit. It's a good chance for you to try working with someone for a change.
Yeah, Lyle.
Sorry for saddling you with Grumpy Guts for a partner. He's a reckless one, but a fine fighter. I hope you can make it work. There are 2 targets I'll need you to hunt down. When you're ready, start by heading toward the valley. There's a lift just outside the base. One revenant is known to frequent the limestone cave through the crystal grotto. The other you'll find near the heart of the valley. It was last spotted roaming an abandoned region with plans for urban development. Once you've taken out the 2 retainers, extract their ichor and bring it back to me. I'm counting on you.
Alright, let's see. What is Lyle's? Like high dex. Harry stagger power up. Oh, wow. That's good. Strength burden -10. Oh, that's nice as well. Balance up while buffed with defense up from Forma. Oh, that's convenient. Although, oh yeah, we have enough vitality as well, I think.
One of the targets is in the other is on abandoned land around the Take down the 2 retainers. One of the targets is in the
limestone cave through the
The
crystal
other
grotto.
is on abandoned land around
the center of the valley. Another lift. Where does this go? Wait, is this back at the entrance? No. No. This is somewhere new. Okay, so this is where one of the guys is. I'm still confused though, because how the hell do we do the Josée one? Because I feel like whatever mission we're on right now is like high level. I'm not even skipping. I mean, I guess our damage is still good. It's just we're getting upgrade materials that are pretty high level. Like we can't really even use those. I sound frustrated. Oh, I love when people say that. I make one complaint. Can't go up there. All right. Okay. Okay, clearly you're just rage baiting, bro. I'm just not even... You gave yourself away, man.
Good.
I'm at 37 FPS. Let's go. Darkborn Blade. One-handed sword. Scales with strength and dex. You need a data center. Yeah. Should have upgraded my PC. This guy's kind of tanky, actually.
Don't stop now.
A big tower. Honestly, I don't really remember the story from the first game, to tell you the truth. Neo 3 in 2 days. I mean, the demo, which is probably going to be like an hour long, but yeah. Not actually really in 2 days. Demo is massive. Okay. Well, regardless, the game's not coming out in 2 days. Demo is 30 hours. Doing an RE story marathon? Probably when Resident Evil, close to when RE9 comes out. You know.
Good.
It's the green swamp monster. Jesus. Doing good damage. fine. I'm actually pretty tanky now. Enemy defeated.
That's one down. They were chief retainers at the castle, but together we won't. Now for the...
Oops. I wanted to pick up those shards. Why it's gotta be the same button, man? It's fine. We gotta go to the other one. In the field. Okay, there's a side path over this way. Yeah, the boss fight music feels like kind of
good,
cheesy. How am I not getting 60 FPS? Yeah. Holy crap.
Don't stop now.
Acceptable.
Holy shit.
I'll get you through.
Okay.
Take my aim.
Oh my gosh. Got a heal upgrade here. That's nice. Yeah, it really is crazy to me that I don't understand how the performance of this game is so rough. Very weird. Hopefully they do like a day one patch or something that, you know, improves the performance for when the game officially releases.
Don't stop now.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure a patch could fix performance issues. Certainly happened before. I think there's a boss here. At least there's a revival point. Wonder which way I should go.
Acceptable.
Get hands up. I'll get you through.
Feels like the heavy attack on this weapon is somehow worse than...
Good.
Come on. Gaia Impact. I feel like I already have that. I guess I can go down there. Anything over here? I feel like they could have like put an item back here or something. Why are you gonna let the player run around down here? I mean, I love Elden Ring, but it's still nice to play something new, something different. What's up, Kitch? There we go. I'm not really sure what these thunder... Can I, like, throw these or something? I think they're a... I don't think they're a consumable. Thought maybe they were, like, gravity stones or... some sort of throwing item. Yeah, I know. There was a lot of people trying to tell me to play AI Limit before.
Don't stop now.
Good.
I'll get you through.
Bro, the gun. Holy shit. You just feel so fucking like useless against enemies in this game. Oh man, crap! Got a lot of money. We need to level up. Crushing might. I don't think this game's gonna get nominated for Game of the Year. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's some super good bosses later on.
Don't stop now.
Why is the minimap disappearing if I go that way? Hello, Boo Sphinx. The game's alright. Got some performance issues though. Oh no.
Good.
Dude, this place just goes on forever. Where the heck am I going? Don't have any map either. Hmm. There was another pathway back.
Don't stop now.
Somewhere over here. Was it? The back further? Oh, I don't know, man. I'm confused.
Good.
Don't stop now.
This is not where I need to be. Guess I can just go down the river. Never mind. Mine then. Dude, I need the fucking map unlocked. This is ass. Oh, we have 6 heals now. I guess we're not gonna I don't think we're gonna find the map here, though. I think the map is above us, probably.
Good.
Alright, hold on. I have an idea, chat. We're gonna do an epic skip. Boom. Hmm. I feel like you can walk on this. Hold on, let's...
Don't stop now.
See if we can find a checkpoint first. Big guy down there. Is there any checkpoints? Oh, here we go. My God, I'm so slow, man. The motorcycle could double jump. Yeah, I'm sure that's people's major gripe with the game. Looks like it's around here, but I guess it's above us. Honestly, dude, I don't know where I am, where I'm going. I need to go back to... He said we need to go somewhere where there's an open field. I guess the retainer... Oh, it's here. Okay. I guess we are going the right way then.
Don't stop now. Where the heck am I going?
Good.
I feel like I've said that a lot. Another check? Dude, what is going on? We're just... Are we going like... Did we actually do a skip? I feel like we did. I mean, I don't know. We're coming from behind in all of these scenarios. I think. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna keep following this path and see where it goes. I actually climb up this thing? Yeah, I mean, I've played Neo. I got to play Neo 3 early a little bit, and I definitely think Neo 3 is going to be the better game out of compared to this. What's up, Mario? Where am I? Have I... Wait, is this where I... I'm like confused. You have a motorbike? Yeah, dude, I'm biking. Okay, so this is where I entered the Crystal Grotto. And then I was at the Plateau base camp. But wasn't this like a dead end? Oh wait, no, this was... Alright, hold on. I will be right back. Let me go grab something to eat. All right, I'm back. Yeah, the toilet bitch got me.
Don't stop now!
Well, I lowered my render distance because I didn't want, Oh, this is the path. Okay. I see. I was just trying to make the performance better.
Good.
I wonder how close we are to maxing. Oh, we already did. Stop fucking casting your stupid spell. Holy shit. Oh, he's just using the move from the boss. It is stupid. It's a big, dumb, stupid attack.
Good.
What is this? Why is she red? She's dead. Red means dead. Can I climb up this thing? Judgment Cutter. What's up, Yui? How's it going, man? one of the revive spots here. I'm so confused about this game. This game's like... Oh. Level design is very confusing to me. It's like so annoying that you don't have a map on top of this. Like, wait a sec. I saw that guy before.
Don't stop now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have a map, but like, I can't see. It's like playing Elden Ring without the map discovered. Fucking annoying as hell. Now there's a way to uncover the map, but I don't know.
Good.
Doesn't do that much damage. No, this is on high graphics. Level 37. So yeah, it seems like we actually did a fairly big skip in that poison area. Unless you're actually meant to be able to get out that spot, which maybe you are. Maybe it's like a dev-intended skip. Yeah, the bike is pretty slow. Well, I have my draw distance on near. Set it to medium. Not like it really makes any difference. Feels like nothing you change in the graphic settings for this game actually does anything. Like, just runs badly no matter what. Okay, we need to go. Oh, there's a boss. Oh, thought I was gonna die there.
Good.
Oh, that's good.
Take my
I'm dead.
Don't stop now.
Acceptable.
Need a hand? I'll get you through.
Goodness. Oh.
Good.
Orbital blade.
Don't stop now.
He dropped a purple item? Bleeding shield? Darkborn blade. Wait, don't I have one of those already? Maybe not. Hmm. Oh, wow. Thing seems pretty good. That's a really strong... Like that gives you so much distance. Bernard, oh my god, Bernard. Didn't I fight this guy already? Oh my goodness. Can I not? Surprised I rolled that. Just keep swinging.
That should do it. We've collected all the blood we need. Now we can infiltrate the castle. I'll admit, you far surpassed my expectations. You pulled your weight and then some.
Wow.
Thanks. I suppose I owe you one. I thought I worked better alone. In fact, I know I do. But let's call you an exception. Well, that's a first. You had my back out there, and I knew it too. Not a bad feeling. Craig isn't really the biggest fan of my recklessness, as he calls it. But a quick fight puts my mind at ease. I've seen too many allies fall. Too many allies get hurt, Craig included, to dither around with these monsters. I'm the reason he can't walk. I'm to blame. I was a blood bag. Just feed, nothing more. Nobody treated me like a person. At least not until the chorus picked me up. One day, on the road, our caravan was attacked, and Craig took a blow to the heart protecting me. Protecting this useless little kid. He was crippled for life, but I still didn't survive. When I came to my senses, I'd been reborn as a revenant, revived by his blood. No more. I've seen enough people bear the consequences of my weakness. If someone has to get hurt, I would rather it be me.
No way. It's an incursion. Ready?
No way.
Just linked.
Lyle, run! They found us! You hide somewhere until the others get back.
You picked the wrong day to get on our bad side, punks. It's a pity you've been hired to die. Oh, we got a blood bag, too. Bring 'em along.
Lyle, run, damn it! Sorry to put you through this, Lyle.
Greg! This is the leader of the famous chorus? An imbecile who risks his life for a blood bag?
Craig, this is my fault.
Well, no. Let this be a lesson to all those who dare defy Revenant law.
You killed Craig and my friends.
Bastard.
I'm sorry. Craig. Everyone.
Hey. Hey. You alright? Sorry. I should have cut our link sooner. Who knew incursions could happen so quickly? For a split second there, it felt as though our memories merged. What the hell was that? Anyway, I'm glad you're alright. Just be sure to tell me if anything feels off. Our partnership's showing a little promise. I'd prefer to keep you around. Let's get back to Forward Base 2. We'll get Craig up to speed on our progress.
Aimless halberd. I kind of want to go back and like upgrade something else, potentially. Oh.
I've used too much blood.
This fucking voice. Oh my god. Okay. God, I need to get the fucking map. This is so ass not being able to see anything, dude. I guess it's I guess it's because I'm in the past. That I need to go back to forward camp.
Good, you're back. There's been trouble, I'm afraid. We were caught off guard.
I was careless, but I'll survive. It missed my heart.
Damn it! Persistent bastards! They just keep coming!
What's going on? Who's attacking us? Don't tell me. Is it them again? Which way did they go? They can't have gone far.
No! Lyle! You stay back!
They started this whole damn thing! If we don't nip this in the bud now, they'll just be back again!
Do not make me repeat myself, Lyle. Remember our rule.
Our friends are dying!
We'll settle this score, but not today. We need to win this next battle. And for that, I need you rested. Welcome back, my friend. You really came through for us taking care of those enemies. Believe you me, the crew can't stop singing your praises. Listen, if you've got a moment, there's something I honestly should level with you about. This part of the frontier is controlled by the Bureau. The problem is, our relations are undoubtedly hostile. It was likely their scouts who attacked our base. Only the most senior members of the chorus know of this. I haven't even told Lyle, and I'd like to keep it that way. I have bad blood with the deputy director, Alessandro Gobo. As a hunter, I'm sure you've heard of him. He's worried about his reputation, and damn well
Mr.
should be.
Gobo.
So he can't rest easy until my lips are sealed. Permanently. Frankly, he can hound me all he likes. I don't mind.
Gabo D's nuts.
But he'll pay
That's a good one.
for killing my comrades. One day. Anyway, that's the deal. It's looking to be an uphill battle for the foreseeable future. That said, we have been faring better ever since you landed in our crew. Hell, even Lyle seems to have loosened up a bit. Not much, but still. Tell me what it was like, fighting alongside him. I know he can be a little intense. You think you two can get along?
I had the time of my life.
I want you to say that to Lyle when the gang is together again. I want to see the look on his face. Hey, look after Lyle for me, will you? I think you're something of a good influence on him. Now I'll use the retainer's blood to forge a key. Then we'll be able to get into the castle. Why don't you chat with the other chorus members while you wait?
All right.
It's a good thing that no one was killed. Though, I'm sure this won't be the last of the attacks.
We could buy stuff from this guy. Could also upgrade our weapon. Is there anything I can upgrade? I need tender crimson stone ones. Ooh, this is like a dodge move. Drawback shot. Oh wait, we already have that one. Might be buying duplicates in some cases. Thing has endless onslaught. Buy some fruit. Increases haze gained when defeating enemies. Oh, I should actually... I mean, when I assume I can use this when I, like, beat a boss?
Come on, get.
They're so cheap. Now, this game is mega poggers, chat. Who needs Bloodborne Randomizer when we have Code Vein 2?
Thanks for waiting. The security key to get us into the castle is complete. By the way, I have one more favor to ask of you. I want you to team up with Lyle to spearhead the attack on the castle. That will be sure to boost the troops' morale. The bridge at the front of the castle will take you to the entrance. Use this key to get through the security gate.
Be another randomizer? Bro, I've barely done Bloodborne Randomizer. Head for Pioneer Castle. Okay.
I want you to team up with Lyle to spearhead...
Maybe over this way? Actually, you know what? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go... yeah. I was sponsored to play this game yesterday. I mean, I don't know. I don't like hate the game or anything. It's definitely not... I mean, I'm still having fun with it, but it's... The performance is a bit scuffed and... I don't know. There's been some boss fights that I thought were good, but then, so like, sometimes, I don't know, it's just, it feels like this game did need a little bit more time.
Our mission. You must travel to points in the path. Ah. There. Successfully.
Hammer
Stay
mastery.
safe out.
I think some of you are a little too harsh, but... Hammer attack up.
If you get your hands on a remnant I need, praying you stay safe.
Can I not level up my blood code anymore with her?
If you get your hands on...
Maybe I need to give her a remnant.
If you get your hands on a remnant, praying you stay...
I'm not telling any of you guys to buy the game. That's the thing.
As you can see, this is the weapon. We're done.
I sell tool.
And I wish I could buy the red stones.
Not forgetting. I'll upgrade your weapon. Take good care.
Man, I really... It's kind of annoying. I just can't...
Business.
Oh wait, can I give her...
I'll upgrade. Take good care.
I have so many fucking items.
I'll upgrade your weapons. Take good care.
Says... Jadwiga collects them? Can I sell them?
Take good care. This is for fine.
Oh, here we go. Maybe. Sprint stamina cost down. I don't have enough money for that. Oh, you can't transform the, like... they're kind of like somber weapons, I think. So we could do a light. +5 light. Oh, it makes it scale with mind, I guess. We also have Titan. Oh, which makes it A strength scaling. It loses 20 damage, though. I guess I don't have enough strength. Hmm.
It is done.
I feel like there's a merchant I missed that gives that unlocks the ability to buy more stones.
Welcome.
Hmm. Be able to drop you some if they didn't remove multiplayer. Yeah. Because two of the merchants gave me the ability to upgrade like the somber weapon type. super easily. Like, I can just buy infinite of them. And how am I supposed to get over to this island? But I don't know where to get the merchant that gives the red shards. Swim? I don't think you can swim. Alright, well, let's go back. I don't know where to give the rocks to either. I feel like there must be a different NPC somewhere in the hub. So much random shit. Okay, we need to go to Pioneer Castle. Wait, is the castle above me? How the hell do I get up there? South Bridge elevator? Maybe I just take the elevator? Oh, yeah, I guess it is here. Just gotta go back now. Oh, man. My chat has not been this negative in a while.
Craig, do you read me? We've arrived at the castle entrance. There's no sign of hostiles.
Killer work, you two. Now that you've taken it, we can use your current position as a new base. Hey, you might as well throw the newbie that welcome ceremony while we're at it.
Well, you heard him. Welcome to the chorus. We're glad to have you, me included.
With the swing of our blade, we cut through the sorrow. Together we travail the road to tomorrow.
Nice going.
Hey, welcome to the gang.
Nicely done.
You're one of us now, newbie.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome to the team. Welcome.
Looking forward to it.
We cut some of the formalities, but you're a fully fledged member of the Dawn Chorus now. That dagger is a symbol of our undying kinship. Don't lose it now. Everyone stay sharp. We're coming up on Pioneer Castle. Today, we reclaim that which is ours. Today, we reignite the furnace below ground. And at long last, this wasteland will gleam with light again! The scar aglow will be the irrevocable mark of our victory. Give no quarter. If they're in our way, that makes them the enemy.
Ubi
Stay
mod
your
can't
hand
save
for
this.
none. Not even Imogen! Lyle and the rookie will take the lead at the Vanguard. Pave the way for us. I'm more than proud to vouch for their skills.
No need to hold back anymore. Right, Craig?
Just don't overdo it. Your mission is to secure the control room. You and Lyle can make it there. The controls for the furnace should operate the gates, too. If we hold the control room, we can win this. So it is critical you get there. Let's get this show on the road. Dawn Chorus, to your stations! Prepare to push into the castle! Forward! This is our moment. We need only seize it. Let us claim our future!
Can you hear me? Yeah. There's something you should know about the dagger Craig gave you. I hate to trouble you.
Are we going to flashbang?
There you are. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have rushed you, but this is urgent. It's about the dagger. The one you just got at the initiation ceremony. I sensed it can channel Lyle's pathos. If I'm not mistaken, then we have our key. With it, we can finally release Lyle and our present. But I'm concerned. Its power is so faint. In its current state, I'm afraid it won't be strong enough. Breaking through Lyle's seal may prove difficult. No, there aren't any other keys. But that does remind me. I've seen photographs of that dagger in the archives. But there was something different about it. That's right. There was an emblem in the photo. The insignia of the Dawn Chorus. There's no engraving on your dagger. Not yet. They must have engraved it after the battle. Maybe after they took back the whole corroded scar. Once they captured the castle and got the furnace up and running again, I'd wager they recast the daggers. It stands to reason that recovering the furnace should restore the dagger to its proper state. Yes, then we should be able to break Lyle's seal. It's certainly worth a try.
All right, Lou.
Welcome.
What you got, dude? Crimson Stone 2s. Oh, I can buy Tender Crimson Stone 2 and Platinum 2. Ooh, that's nice. I wonder where I get the one for Crimson Stone 1. I bet it's at the I bet it's somewhere in the Josée section. It's just I don't know how to fucking do that section. Dude, oh my god, my mouse keeps fucking changing my location in the menu and it's driving me crazy. Why did I even do this? Oh yeah, I guess I was thinking about buying one of the weapons. Battle axe. Elder contract. Let's buy the primordial battle axe. How am I feeling so far? I mean, yeah, the game's not... I don't know. I'm still having fun with it. Just kind of keeping myself busy until RE9. But yeah, the game has... It has performed... I mean, if I hated it, I would not be playing it right now.
Just take things one step at a time. Remember, you're not in this alone.
The door is locked tight.
Work with Lyle to seize that control room. It's a big job.
No telling when we might get hit again.
Ha ha ha! Let me at him!
The pressure's on. You'll be great.
Do we go for the skip chat? It's tempting. Damn it. Did it work? No. Not quite. Can you, like, redirect it at all? No. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not gonna try that. Probably doesn't save much time anyways. Just go the normal way. Anything for this game to be over faster. Come on, you're loving it. Look, I got another stone. All right, This one, man, I want to try some other weapons. I need the materials. I need to be able to buy the materials to upgrade them. Got my katana. This katana's pretty good. Holy shit, that did a lot of damage, man. I mean, Liza P is still the best Souls-like, in my opinion. At least for now. That's not to say that I think Liza P is perfect or anything, but it's still probably the best Souls-like. I don't really know of any that are better.
Good.
Yeah, this katana is pretty good. I wish there was a little bit more exploration in Liza P. The game is fairly linear. I wish there was like there's not really any side areas in Liza P. Like everything is just required, which is fine. The game is very like on rails. I don't really think Neo is a Souls game. People always say it is, but man, this katana is actually really good. Should have just been using this more often. I mean, it's just Neo's systems are so different. And it's also a mission-based game.
We're all clear over here. We're on our way now. I'll let you know when we reach the control room. The newbie? Of course. Not a scratch on him. They've got the stuff to hang with our best fighters already. You better watch out, or else the Dawn Chorus might find themselves with a new captain.
Hey, what's wrong? Just our luck, damn it.
I'm pretty sure Neo 3 is still mission-based.
Hey kid, you alright?
This looks like ass.
Please.
Isn't that a good
Don't
thing?
kill me. I don't have much blood left. Please, forgive me.
You're a blood bag, aren't you? Wanna come with me? Hey, you're all scratched up, Lyle. Take a tumble.
Is this every story
I was
segment?
picking
Probably.
herbs to treat everyone who's hurt.
That's very thoughtful of you. But we We can't have you getting hurt now, can we?
Oh, these are just scratches. Everyone else is always looking out for me, right? That's why I want to help out too, so we can be with everyone forever and ever.
What do you mean I can't fight without your permission?
Exactly what it sounds like. Until we take Pioneer Castle, I'll decide when you can or can't fight.
That's a pile of crap. Why are you still treating me like a kid? I can fend for myself now.
That's an order, soldier. You fight without regard for yourself. I'm not going to watch you dig your own grave.
I feel like it's so hard to make a meaningful build. This is kind of random, but we were on the topic of Neo. I feel like it's so hard to make a meaningful build in Neo, at least in like new game. So many of the armor effects are just so like useless, like plus 2% damage against humans or.
Too many people got hurt in my place. I'm done letting that happen.
You don't need to build a new game. Yeah, that's true, but
Out of harm's way. Even if these bones turn to dust. Those were my memories.
in Neo, I found myself a lot of the time I just like didn't even care about what the armor was. I just put on whatever had the highest like defense.
Too many people got hurt in my place. I'm done letting that happen. Now it's my turn to keep them out of harm's way. Even if these bones turn to dust. Those were my memory. That was I'm glad you seem all right. These incursions shouldn't be happening so often. And the memories they're always so bizarre. It's like there must be something unique about you. Until now, I'd never shared my past with anyone. Not willingly, at least. But there's something about you. It doesn't seem to bother me as much when it's you. Funny, isn't it?
Don't stop now!
Did a lot of damage. Good old 36 FPS real quick. Good, yes, very good. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they didn't really innovate on Code Vein 1 in any way, for the most part. Then again, I don't know. It's been a long time since I played Code Vein 1, so maybe it's more different than I remember. Yeah, this katana is kind of cracked. Oh my goodness. Remnant 3. I don't even remember what those remnants do. Oh, maybe that's what I give to Iris. Actually, no, I think it's for someone else. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Wait, where the heck am I supposed to go now? Should probably try to get our proficiency up with some more. Lyle has an insane amount of dex. And this is just where we... Okay, I'm just... There's nothing here. Maybe there's something more here that I didn't see? A door in the room? In which room? The one... Oh. Oops. Yeah, I gotta say, the katana moveset is kind of crazy good. And the FPS in this area is so incredibly bad. I'm at like sub 30 I'm at like 30 FPS right now. This area? Well, yeah, I mean, it is exceptionally bad right now. In this area. Oh, I should not have activated that. Wow, we do a lot of damage, though. Oh, this weapon is so good. My gosh. Oh my god, and we can upgrade it to +3 now. Bruh. Where's this loot? Oh. I don't know, I haven't played High Guard. Not mind's eye. We almost have enough to get one more. Alright, defense against blood. Put on Iron Will. I like the looming slash. Nullifies enemy attacks while lunging. Speed up the charge time for charge attacks. Ooh. So I think this weapon does bleed. Kind of. I mean, it has 57 bleed factor. Which I guess is okay. It's not that crazy. I'm not sure what the red is on the weapon. Thought that was bleed. What's up, Buck? How's it going, buddy? Yo, Hiko, thank you for the 111 months. Wait, did I go this way? I don't think so. Why is it saving every time you kill a monster? Probably because my soul gain is going up. Guy needs to chill the fuck out. No rest for the wicked. I played the, like, early access for that. What do you mean the door is locked tight? Is there even, like, dude, I swear there's, like, no shortcuts in this game. It's never like, oh, wow, there's a shortcut here. It's just like, nope. There's... Nope. No shortcut. I found one skip. Basement passage key required. And this door was locked as well, right? Yeah, I checked it like 3 times. Gotta check it. Gotta keep checking it. Oh, that's an extra heal now. What? How do I get that item? Oh, right, you can actually crouch. Yeah, maybe we can crouch. Oh my god, that's insane. Okay, we can't open that door.
Don't stop now!
Give me your ass. Jeez. So much damage.
Don't stop now.
All right, dude. You're gonna pay for that. He's in the wall. And my heals frickin' suck. Oh, can you increase or speed up the animation for the backstab? I'll have to turn that on. 'Cause yeah, it's kind of annoying how slow it is.
Good.
Dude, I feel like I'm just running in circles right now. Like, where the hell am I going? No way. The same moveset as that boss from before. Man, this game is really... it's so lazy in some regards. Like, There's so much copy paste, it's crazy. Oh, another checkpoint.
Good.
I feel like I have been running through this area for so long right now.
Get a hands. I'll get you through.
God, dude.
Good.
Having 2 enemies on you in this game is miserable. This game is boring. That's fine, man. You can say what you could say how you feel. It's all good, dude. Oh, I'm kind of hungry. Dude, I feel like every door, it's like I can never open a door. I guess that's shortcut though, but it's not. Oh,
Acceptable. Take my hand.
it's okay.
Why is this place empty? I was expecting at least some resistance from them. Not to mention, we've seen no sign of Imogen either. You don't think that... No. There's no way she abandoned the castle, right? Greg, do you read me? We've secured the control room. As for the enemy, not a trace. At any rate, we got the controls working and the gate open. Now that you've got your entrance, why don't you make your way over? Talk about anticlimactic. Well, I guess our jobs are done, though. Once Craig and the rest of the chorus arrive, looks like we'll be establishing a fresh base of operations here. Oh, yeah. That actually reminds me. I have a little something for you, if you like. It's not much, but I bet you'll be able to make good use of this. I know I'm not the easiest to work with, but I'm glad to have you as a comrade.
Oh, this guy's here.
Rebooting the control room systems will let...
We owe you big time. Just a little further to the furnace.
Hey, do you see those tracks? They're faint for sure, but someone's been here. And I know for sure that it wasn't you or me that made them. They've tried to hide
Oh
their
my
tracks.
God.
Tried to make it appear like it was nothing. But the Forma traces, those are the dead giveaway. Remember the low-down bastards who attacked us at Forward Base 2? This is their doing. Figures. Of course it'd be them. They're planning to ambush us before we can take the castle. Come with me. If we're gonna track them down, then it's now or never. The terms of the deal were that I wasn't reckless until we took the castle. And you heard what he said. The castle's as good as ours. His words, not mine. Come on, let's get a move on. First, I'll link our visual senses using your jail. Then I want you to follow these tracks to their source.
More level up. Oh my God, it's the door. Imagine it's like, no, does not open from this side. Yeah, the game is very average. I agree. None of the... I mean, one of the boss fights I thought early on was like a big step up in difficulty and challenge, but then since then, I don't know, most of the bosses have just been like repeats or like really easy. If I'm bored, but yeah, I mean we've been like fucking running around for so long and we haven't fought any bosses yet. There's probably one at the end of this area, I reckon. It's just been taking forever to get there. Okay, wait, that's the door that I opened.
Don't stop now!
Acceptable.
Don't stop now!
Maybe the elevator does lead down here. I don't understand, like, they add these boss respawn things, but then... Yeah, I guess the elevator is... Okay. Can I really backstab this guy? Up. Ow. Go for backstab again. I love never being able to heal. That hit. I feel like I can't backstab him during that attack because...
Acceptable.
I can't backstab during that attack because his back is like tilted in like a direction, so it's just, you just like can't backstab. Dude, my game is running like so badly. I love the hitboxes that just hit you twice. It's so good. Why are you able to interrupt that? It's so stupid. Oh my god. No, why does that... Guess we just spam this fucking move. Epic battle.
Why are you here? On whose orders? Answer.
You really don't know anything, do you? Worry not, cursed one. Soon enough, your comrades will enlighten you.
The hell? Damn it. The bastard went and poisoned himself. And he called me the cursed one? Why did he say that? Here, let's check his belongings. Maybe we'll get lucky and find something.
Let's loot his shit.
Mission log. 8th Dawn Chorus wipeout operation. Objective. The arrest of Lyle McLeish. The armed syndicate, widely known as the Dawn Chorus.
See on his phone, yeah.
Suspected of illegal revenant creation. And its exploitation for personal gain. A special task force has been approved with the directive
It's
to
on his
disband
iPhone,
the
man.
chorus and investigate further criminal activity. It's signed by Alessandro Gobo? What on earth? He's the deputy director of the Bureau. Damn it, this is ridiculous. On what grounds does he make us out to be criminals? We never raised a hand against the Bureau. Wait, no. When I died, did the chorus... Back then, we were a small-time operation. I mean, a crew barely worth the notice. We had a sponsor, one who would send us supplies, but Craig must have been working for Gobo in exchange for his aid. We took on the Bureau's dirty work to tide us over. Out of necessity, Craig complied with Gobo so we could survive. But then I died. On one of their missions. I died. And to revive me, Craig, he turned me on the spot. He turned me. But he couldn't let the progenitors find out about it. If word got out that I was an illegally turned revenant, the Bureau would have had me arrested on the spot. So Craig defied Gobo. He rebelled against Revenant law and the Bureau. Now it all adds up. That's why, of course that's why, Craig didn't want me to fight, to be reckless. It was to protect me, but also, it was to protect the rest of the crew. What a fool I am. How could I have protected them when I was the one who needed protecting? All along, through every battle and every bloody field we've slogged through, I have been the biggest obstacle to their dream. But then... You're right. No, you're absolutely right. I hadn't thought of that. I should talk to them first, talk this through. We're taking a lot on faith here. Thank you. Sincerely, thank you. I'd be lost without you. Let's go find Craig and the others. We'll talk it out. And we can figure everything out from there.
We're under attack! The enemy is in the castle!
Yeah.
Hey! Answer me! Damn it. I can't believe they got reinforcements in already. We need to get back there, quick! Help me out!
Let's level up a bit. Level 45. Where the hell am I even supposed? Which way am I supposed to go? Oh, I actually can't teleport back. Well, that's awkward. I'm coming back, Craig. We didn't get any key, did we? What the heck is this? What is the point of this elevator? I don't understand. The game gets good soon. Yeah, that's true. I've heard it gets good like 20 hours in. my. Okay, guys. Has anybody here beaten Mind's Eye? Oh, boss fight time. This is new. Thunderclap. All right. Here we go.
Get away from him!
Lyle!
I'm sorry, everyone. I was a fool. How could I be so blind? You were looking out for me all this time, and I never realized it. This feud with the progenitors. Every time they've come after us. This is all my fault.
Didn't we just fight this guy? This is his brother.
I'm so sorry, Craig. I gave you hell about that stupid rule every time. And all along, it was for my sake.
What? Now where in the hell did you hear that?
As long as I'm here, these attacks will never stop. They'll keep hunting the chorus, putting everyone's lives in danger.
Lyle!
But even so, I want to stay with the chorus. I want to protect you any way I can. I swear I will. Swear on my life! I want to keep looking out for you. Because I want all of you to look out for me. We can seize the future we want, together! Will you help me?
That's always been the plan, you damned idiot.
Well, seems you're the reason I can finally be honest with myself. Looks like I'm running up quite a tab with you, aren't I? Now, let's finish this.
Don't stop now!
He has more swords now. Oh, I messed up. Gonna say he's got to be close to staggering. got him. He had 2 extra swords this time, chat. That was intense.
Thank you. Every one of you.
Didn't he have... I'm pretty sure the previous boss only had 4, no? Or am I just crazy? I might just be crazy. It's possible.
I kept the truth from Lyle, so he's always been You influenced. Our final task is to If you take the elevator down and make a right, it's already on...
Okay, I will reignite your hearth. Oh, did he only have 2? For some reason I was thinking he had 4. Well, I was wrong. I think this is the furnace? No. He said... Did I... Didn't he say... Didn't he say, like, exit the elevator to the right is the furnace? Like, how fucking much to the... How far... What do you mean, dude?
I kept the truth from Lyle. He's always been a fun... You influenced. Our final task is to... If you take the elevator down and make a right, you'll find the door to the furnace. It's already unlocked.
Oh, I didn't finish the dialogue. Oops. That's why I went back up. I was actually worried that that might have been the case, and I was right.
We're so close. Our goal is just... So...
Yeah, I'm opening the door.
Job well done. One and all, a job well done. From here on out, looks like the Dawn Chorus has a home again. I like the scar. It's a fitting name for all the wounds we bear. Some of us marked for exile, others unwanted from birth. But we all had an urge to claw back at the world, to tear down its indifference.
Sounds like the end.
Claim our existence.
No.
That rage. It fueled our struggle. And the struggle became our journey. Here we stand. Now, let history know your names. Let the world hear you! The scar belongs to us!
Oh my god.
And for our 2 noble comrades who led us here at last. I'd like
This
to
is like
offer
some
this
this is some
humble
like
gift.
Mario Party finale music.
We use the furnace to inscribe the insignia of the Dawn Chorus. Consider it a mark of our victory and bond. Our blades have cut through the sorrow. Now we travail the road to tomorrow. That will never change.
Thank you, Craig. Everyone. And of course, you.
This is where our future
Well, looks like we've got our work cut out for us. Well, friends, where do we begin?
Just tell us what you need, Craig. After all this time, there's damn near nothing we can't do.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What say you, my friend? It's all right. I had a hunch this time would come. You're needed elsewhere. Duty calls, yeah? Don't let us hold you back. It's farewell for now, not forever, right? You can drop by anytime.
So, your road leads you elsewhere then. So be it. Don't worry, my friend. I'll look out for the chorus. For all our friends here. Until you come home again. And I know you will. Have you heard of the summoning formula? There's a limit on the range, I know. But in a pinch, I can rush right to your aid. If you need me, I'm there. We have a bond now. One I never knew I would. But it's more than enough to forge a contract. I'll engrave a shard of my power within you. Looks like it worked. If you need me, you call me. And even if I'm beyond Voice's reach, never forget the chorus's vow. Even in the longest night, even on the hardest road, our hearts are one. Until the day we meet again, my friend. I'll be waiting.
All right. Return to the present. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Time jump successful. And we did it. Somehow, we got our
And
key
the
too.
Scamba. Yeah, I think whoever
Hold on
made
just a
whatever
moment.
mod made that
I'll go ahead and scan the database.
fell asleep or something.
This
I don't
should
know.
let us know about any alterations. Whether or not anything in the past managed to change the present in some way. I've collated the data. It seems no major changes have been made to the original timeline. But one way or another, our objective hasn't changed. We still need to slay the hero Lyle.
You're back. I see. Very good. It looks like you managed to get a hold of the key after all. At long last, it's time to lay Lyle to rest and start to save our world. You look rather ambivalent to this, which is understandable. You spent a good deal of time together. I know it's hard, but try to put it behind you. The price of failure is too steep.
That may be true, but Lyle... No, not just Lyle. The whole chorus was...
Stop. Whatever you saw, keep it to yourself. We're expressly forbidden from discussing anything you may have done in the past. How you act on anything you've seen, or anything you've heard, is ultimately up to you. But it is the cardinal rule of this mission. I wish I could lessen your burden. I truly do. But it is our duty not to overstep our bounds. We'll get started whenever you're ready.
Crafty Sage. Alright, let's touch the cocoon, I guess. This looks cool.
Who goes there? You tread.
I feel like this fight's probably gonna be pretty tough.
Of eternal bliss and prosperity.
What's up,
A
Bandai?
future to last
How's it
us
going?
forevermore. I hear so many voices. It's them. They never stop. Always echoing, echoing, echoing. Who are you? Who?
Most of the bosses have been pretty tanky.
Why dare you to trespass upon our time?
Although we killed most of the bosses in this area pretty fast.
I see. You're just another horror. Don't worry, my friends. Wait a while.
That kind of reminds me of
Stay
Godric.
back and let this one fall to my blade. I will ward off this wretched pest myself.
Oh, maybe we'll get like a boss weapon from this guy. That'd be cool. Doesn't do that much damage. How much damage does the axe do? I can't really see that well. Oh. Ew. What's up, McGee?
Did I do this? Someone answer me. Someone! Anyone! You. I know. You faced. I remember. We spoke of building a future.
We could actually be doing more damage right now. If I die, I might go back and upgrade.
No! Stop! 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 I protected them all. I kept them safe just like I promised. Look! Look around you, they're still here!
Hilda.
Get out! Get out of my mind!
Oh my god, are we gonna get him? That was close. This ability that I've got is kind of OP.
It's you.
Why can you revive 3 times?
so
It's because of
very
your
long.
companion.
There's nothing left. Nothing here for any of us.
I definitely kind
All
of
our
brute forced that
dreams
fight a
were
little
back
bit, but hey, you know, I fought hard. I used all my heroes.
Do it.
Gobo's forces are headed this way. Judging by his numbers, he's coming for the kill. And there's my mother. My poor mother in her current state.
I will give you a holy body.
Defy augury, but all for nothing. Are we just destined to lose?
Hey, Savage Squid, thank you for the Prime sub.
I refuse to accept that. I'll stop Imogen. I can do it. Believe me, Craig. Listen to me. I will not let the scar fall. Never. Then I'll be back. I'll join you right after. On my blade, I will raise the Blackguards who dare turn their weapons on us to the ground. We'll stop them here and now, Craig.
Thank you very much, Darkest Toaster.
We'll hold the surface until you get back. See you on the other side.
Villain's name is Gabo.
I wish there was another way. But we'll have to settle this score now. I need to do this. For the future of the Dawn Chorus. For Craig. And for the long-awaited homecoming of our friend.
Imogen! You die here!
Well, you could keep the prediction for the next boss.
They're gone. All of them. Something must have happened. Where'd they go? Where did everyone go?
Answer me!
Sprite.
Thank you, my dear friend.
Did I see the new Silent Hill movie? No.
Now I can make amends.
Jeez, that's a big heart.
The hero Lyle is no more. But what were those memories we saw at the end? It looked like the scar was struck by another catastrophe. Is that why Lyle vanished from history? We know he eventually became a hero of the upheaval. Historically, we can't afford to alter that. But this is so unbearably tragic. What if we were to try again? Couldn't we alter his fate for the better?
No. A job well done. Thank you. Our work in that timeline is now finished. I strongly suggest you move on to your next mission.
Yes. You're right. Still, Lyle.
Remember what I told you? What you do in the past is your decision. If your judgment tells you the mission isn't over, you have the freedom to revisit that past if you wish. It's not my place to stop you. Rest assured, whatever your objectives may be, I will continue to support you in completing them. But I want to reiterate that I prefer we move on. Understand? You've done your duty. Meddling with the past, meddling to excess. There's always a chance it can potentially reverse all the progress you've made so far. Think on it. Do you really want to risk having to kill Lyle again? Please, give it some careful thought. Above all else, try to weigh your feelings against what is at stake here.
I guess I can level up a little bit. That's good. I wonder how much damage this thunderclap move does. The rising slash is so strong though. Or what's it called? Looming slash? That shit was doing like 3,000 damage. And my weapon's not even upgraded either. It's only +2. Could have been +3.
Is that your bond with Lyle? It's no use. It isn't strong enough to make the jump through time. If only there were another era. Some other when in which we could meet Lyle. Maybe.
So I can't leave? Well, that's awkward. Or rather, I can't go back, I guess. I forgot him in the present.
I sell tool.
So yeah, we could buy Tender Crimson Stone 2s now, which is nice, but we can't buy the 1s. I think we missed... I don't know, wherever you get the 1s, we missed it.
Our mission. You must... New revenant. Pay me a... Stay.
The Dawn Chorus were dear friends. You are all that. Yet another reason we need to continue.
The Dawn Court, they brought hope. Take a moment.
Do I have a
to
remnant I can give her?
If you get your hands on a remnant,
no.
Praying you stay safe.
This is...
weird that you can transform all of these. Like, why would you want to transform the umbral shift? What is it even gonna do?
I'll upgrade.
Well. Yeah, this frickin' it's a great sword, but it's like a katana. It's so, this thing is crazy good.
Take good.
Business. 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 Business booming.
Are in the seized substation. The what? I don't know where that is. The sunken area? Well, yeah, that's what I figured, but I don't know where... I don't know where else I can even look. Oh, here? I missed something here? Oh God, where? Where though? I feel like this place is kind of confusing to explore.
I won't hold back. Try harder.
Try harder. Pretty strong now. Oops. Northwest after killing the horror. I don't even remember where the horror was. Behind the tower where you get improved heals. But that's... You mean here? Because that's not at the substation. I was gonna check... Wait, do you mean there? I mean, because this is not at the substation. I was actually thinking about going back and checking this merchant because I knew there was like one or two merchants that I had talked to, but I didn't have money, so I didn't like worry about it.
Welcome.
Bruh. This is the Tender Lightstone. Why are you sitting here backseating when you don't even know what you're talking about? That's what I asked for? No. I already have this. I asked for... Well, I wasn't asking for anybody to backseat, but you went out of your way to do it. But no. I am trying to find the item that lets me buy the red upgrade material. What's it called? Crimson Stone or something? I don't remember. You said tender ones? Okay, well, I don't think I did, but you can sit here and flame me, I guess, for backseating incorrectly and me... I mean, yeah, sure. Get mad at me, I guess. That's what I asked for? I don't think... Okay, I guess that's what I asked for. I don't know, my bad. I don't really know, dude. Oh my god, there's so many fast travel spots here at the castle. All right, well, let me check my list. Like, we should probably go back. I have no idea how you're supposed to like get. Well, I guess we could do the village.
Welcome.
Yeah, this was the guy that sold the Tender Lightstone 2. Which was actually quite nice that we found this guy so early.
Holly's pathos is concentrated here. Let's have a look around. This looks to be a patient's diary chronicling their affliction. Perhaps we should investigate.
Did I do Josée? No, I wanted to, but I'm not sure how... Can't open my map. Wow, these guys kind of hurt. Yeah, I feel like the stone seller's at Josée as well, but I don't know how I'm supposed to go there. There's no, like, icon on the map for Josée. I couldn't figure out how to get into where the cocoon was. Or whatever it's called. Alright, how much damage does this ability do? Oh, wow. That's pretty good. There's an elevator around the left side. Maybe? Is there? Oops. I guess I'm just blind. I don't know. I couldn't find the way.
Brace yourself.
What's up, Zeke? It's okay, Fox. I'm used to it. Yeah, I looked around and I don't know, I just missed, if there is an elevator, I missed it, so.
I'll protect you.
Damn. Alright, everybody just chill. That was good. Have I tried Lords of the Fallen since the update? No. Won't open from this side. Classic. Can I go down the slide? Man, where am I?
Won't hold back.
Oh. Oh. That's fine. Shortcut? Or is this just... Because it's not a shortcut, we're just back at the beginning. Level 48.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Okay, how do I... Oh, we actually have Lou level 3 now. Huh. Okay. I didn't think it could get to level, like... I guess it depends on what type of enemies you're killing or something. Determines whether it could level up. I don't know. She just like keeps going. Oh, you can actually parry the... You can actually parry the shield bash. Well, that's good to know. How's the game so far? I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's nothing crazy in my opinion, but I'm still having fun. Fangs of the Hunter. Yeah, there definitely are missing sound effects, or, I mean, I guess maybe it's intentional. There's been some enemies that haven't made, like, any sounds at all, and then... Oh, nice, we got a shortcut.
I won't hold back.
Some enemies that didn't make, like, any sounds, and on top of that, there were... Oh, there's a checkpoint there. Like, I mean, even going down the ladder doesn't even make any sound, I don't think. Well, we found the path to the past.
Reaches ever higher levels. Do you feel it as I do?
Oh, yeah.
At your side.
Oh, she gave it to me. Dude, look at the stats on this. Damn, dude. Level 4. Leveling up this blood code is like... Gives you so much extra stats.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Oh my goodness. Jesus.
Use it well.
Can I swing, please? Holy crap, dude. What is that enemy? I am getting farmed. Can't wait for Neo 3. Yeah, Neo 3 will be cool. And then we also have Reanimal coming out, and then after that, Resident Evil 9. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty stacked February. Okay, let's go back to the front gate. It's not that far off, Zeke. I feel like the flame weapon is nice. Put that on instead. Oh my gosh, it's right here, this elevator.
I won't hold back. Try harder.
Try harder. Yeah, this is definitely a low level area. I'm getting the tender Crimson Stone ones, which is good though, because that's what I want to get the vendor so I can upgrade other weapons. I want to go this way first. Because I can go down. Back blade killer. We have so many different weapon types now. Just weapons in general. We have a lot of different ones that we haven't really tried yet. Oh, I need to get some dinner soon. Stinger.
Brace yourself. I'll protect you.
Should probably equip a different blood code since I'm not like getting levels. Go for Lyle. We're gonna lose some damage, but whatever. We're like... This is a low level area anyways. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Every area is a low FPS area, man. I don't think there's been any area in the game that's ran at like above 70 FPS. I wonder if it is because of the de novo or like what's causing that. The Void had 100 FPS. Oh, did it? No, I'm on 1440p. I'm on a 5090 actually.
I won't hold back. Try harder.
Careful. This one isn't like the others.
Oh my gosh. Who's this guy? Burned. Dude, what is with the attacks having like they just have like 2 hitboxes? It's yeah, we've killed this boss 3 times now. And this is like main story progression as well.
We might be able to decipher it.
It's actually kind of messed up.
Guys, good news! We managed to catch some fish today. Tell the humans they're in for a real treat tonight. Josée's cooking her specialty seafood cuisine.
Wait. Could this be the sunken city of old? Yes.
Duo version of that boss. There probably will be a duo version.
Happier days with Josée.
What? A Revenant Hunter raid? Don't tell me Josée's fighting them alone. We need to get over there. Nobody's dying on our watch.
What's going on? There's no record of hunters ever raiding the sunken city. When could this have taken place?
Josée!
Can you hear me? Josée! We're right here with you! Keep it together.
Light. It couldn't
Oh.
be.
Josée, we're here. We're all here for you.
This looks like a resurgence. But how? A second resurgence was never documented. How does Josée factor into all of this? We just glimpsed the very moment tragedy struck the city. Then the horrors here must all once have been human.
Brown supposed to be rainbow? I think so. Okay.
Here it is. Josée's cocoon.
Where is everyone? No. Please. Please!
So much pathos. According to the records I could find, Lise was the name of her twin sister. She was caught in the initial resurgence that flooded the city, but unfortunately, she was never found. An unknown second resurgence and her missing twin sister. Both of those seem like solid leads to start investigating her key. We'll time travel to the past of the sunken city from here. We'll need to find Josée first. Then we can track down the key to her seal. Let's go.
Is there anything up here? Can I sit? Well, I guess let's go. Time for hug.
Time jump complete. Where are we? The coordinates look right, well within my margin of error, and yet... In any case, before we do anything, we should get our bearings.
Intruders! Wake everyone!
Non-combatants, follow me!
Don't let them head out! It's Josée they're after! Cut them off!
They don't seem to be talking about us. We'll take that for now. But either way, we would have some explaining to do if we were caught. I suggest we fall back, at least until we can figure out what's going on.
Fall back?
Sorry, but you'll have to hang in there without me. I have to maintain the link. Don't worry. I promise we'll talk again when you're in a safe place.
What?
What lovely flavor. Could use a little more aging, perhaps, but I suppose that's part of the appeal now, isn't it? Now tell me, what kind of amateur assassin has their target right in their sight, only to forget to draw their blade? So, you're a revenant hunter, but not one with the association. A freelancer, then. How novel. Not that I'm complaining, of course. I mean, far be it for me to reject a free meal. So many visitors today. My, am I popular. Now you see, that is how you enter a lady's room intent on murder. Armed appropriately and stinking of bloodlust. Oh, I've an idea who sent you. Unfortunately, you've been sent on a fool's errand. Now that I've had my fill, you lot can help me to work it all off.
The hell are you? She was supposed to be alone.
Never mind. Erase the witness too.
So, my mysterious hunter, I take it you're not here to kill me? Then it's settled. Lend me your back. We'll make short work of this rabble. Seriously? Didn't even work up a sweat.
Got a big weapon.
Feeling a touch of anemia? No surprise there, but you fought very well for someone in your condition. So tell me, my mysterious visitor, who are you? That is quite the forma you've had cast on you.
Oh, I'm gonna use my axe here.
Is there a sign on my door that says open
Oh, she might
for
kill all of
business?
them.
I'm falling to pieces here. Now, what exactly am I going to do with you?
No, I made my
Wake
character's
up.
face like that.
Please, wake up.
She just doesn't give no fucks.
We apprehended this blackguard last night. Alongside their conspirators, the hunter was caught infiltrating the base and plotting to assassinate Josée. At the hands of this filthy infidel, 2 of our comrades were slain. By the laws of our people, the accused will be impaled.
Justice will be served!
Impaled?
You're fired, kid! You know what you've done!
Want some murderers?
No mercy! You deserve to be executed!
Good riddance!
Tell me what they'll do if you don't live!
One moment! Hear me, everyone. In the chaos of last evening, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. We actually owe a great debt to this hunter. When I was in danger, they risked life and limb to protect me from the true would-be assassins. Additionally, I have an announcement to make. This hunter and I, we are betrothed, promised to one another.
You can't be serious. What are you talking about?
Play along. I'm trying to save your life. You heard right. What can I say? It was
Oh man,
love
I'm
at
hungry.
first sight.
I need some dinner, dude.
Don't worry. I promise it's in our best interest. You all trust my judgment, don't you?
Of course we do. Do as you like, then.
You're one of us now?
Is that right? If you say so.
Welcome aboard.
Congratulations.
Well, if Josée says so.
Guess this is final.
Congrats!
We're counting on you.
In the name of the great Gula bloodline, I do bestow upon you my blood, as proof of our engagement.
Dude, my ring is so big.
Accept this with my love, and my immortal body and soul shall be yours forevermore.
Okay. I guess we're married now.
Thank you again for the assistance last night. How are you feeling? I never introduced myself. My name is Josée Anjou. I've been entrusted with governing the sunken city. Sorry for not stepping in sooner back there. I wanted to get a sense of your character. Since you've convinced me that I can trust you, I would like to welcome you as a comrade. Oh, just to be clear, the whole engagement thing was a ruse. I hope you didn't take me seriously. You didn't, right?
Of course not.
Now it's your turn to start sharing. If not to kill me, why did you come here?
Looking for work.
The association abandoned you then? Huh, how unusual. It must be difficult hunting alone. Don't worry. I said I'd take you in, so think of this place and the whole of the city as your home now. Though if you're planning on sticking around, do expect to be put to use. As luck would have it, I happen to need a fighter like you right about now. Our attempts to clean up the sunken city have hit countless roadblocks. The first involves the city's generator. Since our substation was overtaken by horrors, we've been in a permanent blackout. We need them cleared out to get the grid back online. Can you lend us a hand? Then it's settled. Show me how brave you are, darling. I'll be keeping a close eye on you. You'll find the substation off to the west of the base. Simply follow the rail line. We can leave whenever you see fit.
Josée. Doesn't seem that great. $30 more hours of this game. Maybe. Took you 24 hours to beat it? What? The game's been out for 24 hours. Are you telling me you've been playing it since the moment it came out and you beat it?
I've never met a... What compel...
Okay. Well, we're in... so there's like so much more of the map that we can access in this era. So it's at the substation. Make some onigiri. They both increase defense. I wonder if they stack. Macaroni and cheese. Some roasted vegetables. I'm not actually eating it right now. I'm just crafting it. Cooking it. There's no cooking animations, though. So I guess it's just the substation, which is weird because we've already like gone through the substation, but yeah, guys, I'm getting really tired. I think I'm gonna call it a night here. Feeling a little worn out. Been streaming for like 9 hours. What?
Oh, sorry. Anyway, we should go over what happens next.
Lou, I was going to bed.
First things first. We should continue working with Josée to gain her trust. Then we can track down the whereabouts of the key. Or so I hope. Seems the substation is now home to numerous horrors. Do be careful.
This game is so bad and keeps getting worse, you're starting to like it. We're level 50, chat. Did Ella flush this game? Yeah, I figured he probably did. Yeah, this honestly at this point I'm probably just gonna finish it just to see it through and see what the bosses are like. But yeah, it's I don't know, the boss, like the Franz fight or whatever early on, I was like, oh man, maybe the bosses are gonna get like more difficult, more interesting. But then we fought the boss with the swords 3 times, and I mean, that one boss that was like Godric, or he was like similar to Godric, was whatever, was okay, I guess. The last bosses were a joke. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm also kind of tempted to flush the game, but at the same time, I don't know. Apart from Bloodborne randomizer, I don't really know what to do at the moment, and I'll probably just try to beat the game anyways. I mean, Bloodborne randomizer isn't going anywhere. Yeah, we'll see though. The game is definitely not it's not great. Hope you finish this. All the other streamers have flushed it. Yeah. I wonder how many more times we're gonna see like the sword boss. Whatever you want to call him. Yeah, I mean, we'll still probably try to finish it. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night here, chat. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some Bloodborne rando tomorrow. I might just end up playing Code Vein 2 and just trying to beat the game tomorrow. We'll see. Want to see the millennia of this game? Yeah, I'm not sure there's a millennia of this game, my man.